River City Council public hearing will now be called to order. Madam Clerk.
Councilors Kadim?
Here.
Dion?
Here.
Kilby?
Here.
Lullaby LeBeau?
Here.
Lee? Peckham?
Here.
Pelletier?
Here.
Ferrera?
Here.
President Ponti.
Councilor Lee is present. Pursuant to the open meeting law, any person may make an audio or video recording of this public meeting or may transmit the meeting through any medium. Attendees are therefore advised that such recordings or transmissions are being made, whether perceived or unperceived by those present, and are deemed acknowledged and permissible. First item on our agenda is Massachusetts Electric Company for one new pole location as follows. It's for Harrison Street. Is there a motion to open the hearing?
Moved.
Motion to open the hearing's been made by Councilor Kadim, seconded by Councilor Peckham. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Harrison Street, one new pole location. National Grid requests to install a new solely owned pole on Harrison Street. The pole will be approximately 47 feet from pole 3 and 63 feet from pole 4 and will be numbered 4-30. This pole will be installed for the purpose of a new electrical service at 295 Harrison Street in accordance with plan number 28174781 dated June 12, 2019. Madam Clerk, any written proponents or opponents?
No, Mr. President.
Calling no opponents or proponents on that item. Is there a motion to close?
Motion to close.
Motion to close the hearing's been made by Councilor Pereira, seconded by Councilor Pelletier. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Councilman C1?
Just a quick question with regards to that. I know I ask the question all the time and I always forget. The process, does this go through engineering to ensure that the poles that are being placed, so they go visit the pole location, make sure that it's not interfering with any ADA compliance or anything like that?
Yes, we do have sign-offs from the
Okay.
engineer.
All right, thank you.
Next item on our agenda is item number 2, Massachusetts Electric Company for one pole location as follows on Quarry Street. One pole location. Is there a motion to open?
Motion to open.
Motion to
Second.
open has been made by Councilor Kilby, seconded by Councilor Pereira. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. National Grid requests to install one new pole, 20-30 on Quarry Street in accordance with plan number 28560-396 dated March 17, 2020. Is there any proponents or opponents, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. President.
No written proponents or opponents. Is there a motion to close the hearing?
So
Motion to
moved.
close.
Motion to close the hearing has
Second.
been made by Councilor Kadim, seconded by Councilor Dion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion to adjourn our public hearing has been
Second.
made by Councilor Kilby, seconded by Councilor Pereira. All those in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Fall River City Council Committee on Finance will now be called to order, Madam Clerk.
Councilors Kadim?
Here.
Dion?
Here.
Kilby?
Here.
Lullaby LeBeau?
Here.
Lee?
Here.
Peckham?
Here.
Pelletier?
Here.
Ferrera?
Here.
President Ponti.
Here, pursuant to the open meeting law, any person may make an audio or video recording of this public meeting or may transmit the meeting through any medium. Attendees are therefore advised that such recordings or transmissions are being made, whether perceived or unperceived by those present, and are deemed acknowledged and permissible. First item on our agenda is citizens' input. We have 2 written communications. Seeing as the city council chamber is closed to the public, we will continue to accept written communications until further notice, until we reopen to the public. That could be sent to city_clerks@fallriverma.org. We ask it for the day before or the day of the meeting by 5 p.m. To be read at the meeting.
I have a question.
The council in seat 8?
Yeah, I just have a question, Mr. President. Seeing as how there's 180 seats in here and we can do 25%, people are doing indoor dining at a certain capacity, would it be possible to allow the public to come in as long as they socially distance around the room, that there's not more than 45 people here? If there are, people leave, then somebody else can come in, like going to any store. I don't know if the council would be subject to looking at doing something like that, because I have received calls, and I believe other councilors received calls from people wanting to come into the meeting to address us at citizen input time. Just
wouldn't call
wondering
it, I
what the
had a
flavor
call.
of the committee is to do it with no more than 45 people, if that's the 25%.
We can have that discussion. I'm been trying my very best, and as you all know, to try to close it to the public at this point. If it's the will of the council to, at our next meeting, limit it, we can do that. We can have that discussion here now, but it's totally up to the council. So, Councilman C1, Councilor Kadim.
Listen, I get people want to come back and see us because we're so friendly and they want to participate in city council meetings. My only concern is that when we start managing to perception, it becomes a little bit difficult because no matter what we do, we're not going to make anybody happy. Once we open it up to 25, who's going to be telling people that they're not able to come into this room? Who's going to be escorting them out? Is it going to be the officer at the door? Is it going to be you? I for one, am not going to be standing here telling people that they have to leave because we're at 25% capacity. I think that's just something we need to take into consideration. I know folks want to participate. I still think that, given the times that we're dealing with, there's plenty of opportunities, telephone calls, emails, they're able to, watch the meetings on TV. People can't necessarily participate in our meeting. It's only during citizen input, right? And so we still have that vehicle to allow it. So, I think once you start allowing individuals at a 25% capacity, you were just going to run the risk, depending on how many department heads you have here and things of that nature, that we're going to start picking and choosing who's going to be allowed in here. And the minute one person feels that, we're targeting them because they just happen to be the one that walk in the door, it's just going to be more issues than we really need to deal with at the time. That's just my take. But you're the council president, so you're the one that's going to be standing at the door and telling somebody that they got to get booted. Last time I tried kicking out Michelle Dion, she came to my house the next day and challenged me outside.
Thanks. Council in seat 3, Councilor Kilby.
Yes, I'll echo Councilor Kadim's sentiments. I think it's too early for that. I understand, as he said, people wanting to be here, but there'll be probably somewhat of a line at the door. Someone will say I was here first. I can, a lot of issues along those lines. I actually initially thought this meeting right here in the chambers a couple of days ago when I found that it was going to be here, I didn't agree with it. Better off being safe and cautious than we're having a Zoom meetings which are working fine. But with all due respect, Mr. President, when I came in, and I'm sitting here now and look at the safeguards, I think the right decision was made to have the meeting. So I myself have 4 clients who have tested positive over the last couple of weeks. So I have to be informed by them per order of their doctor because I've been in contact with them. Keeping the distance, wearing a mask, not sharing a pen, all those things. But for me, after I got those four phone calls over 2 weeks, it hit home for me a little bit. That we're not out of the woods yet with this thing. So just we'll proceed with caution, and that's all I have to say.
I appreciate that, Councilor. So I think what would be appropriate right now is our next scheduled meeting, Madam Clerk, is
July 14th.
July 14th. A lot can happen between now and July 14th. I will continue to stay in touch with all the councilors and the mayor to see where we are with our numbers. And then at that point, I will ask the clerk to call and poll every single city councilor to see how they feel about opening up to the council chamber. I would agree. I would much rather prefer we open the council chamber up without limitations on the number of people, because I certainly don't want to be the one to tell the 46th person to come in here. Unfortunately, you have to leave. So at this point, we're going to keep them close to the public. July 14th nears closer. I'll be in touch with the mayor. I'll have the clerk poll all the councilors to see how they feel. Personally, I feel that when we open it up to the public, we should open it up to the public to everyone without the limitation aspect. So we need to protect ourselves and everybody else that's in this building as well. So at that point, we'll reconvene as July 14th comes. That's weeks away too. So. First item here is citizens' input, written by Terry Sullivan, 110 High Street, Fall River, Mass. Honorable City Council, dear council members, I would like to express to you how important it is to have the FY 2021 Water and Sewer Department budgets approved. As a former administrator of community utilities, resident and homeowner of the city of Fall River, I can testify to our lower staffing levels than in previous years. In the past, it was proven very difficult to hire qualified, licensed staff to our water treatment plant and water maintenance division. Additional cuts to staffing would be devastating to the day-to-day operations. I am certain that the FY 2021 budgets for both water and sewer were put together with the utmost consideration for the least financial burden to the residents and customers. It is important that we maintain level services to the residents and remain compliant to state and federal regulations and permits both in drinking water and wastewater operations. I ask as a resident and homeowner that you approve the Water and Sewer Department budgets for FY 2021 to ensure proper services and continued compliance with regulations. Respectfully submitted, Terry J. Sullivan. Next person that sent a communication is Naldio Almeida of 152 Garden Street, Fall River, Mass. 02720. Honorable City Council members, as President of the Sewer Commission, resident and homeowner of the city, I wish to express to you how important it is to have the FY 2021 sewer budget approved. This budget has been scrutinized by the administration, financial team, and our own staff to be put together with the least financial impact to our customers without cutting any services. As it is, our staffing levels are lower than we feel reasonable for meeting our NPDES permit requirements in our MS4, Municipal Separate Stormwater System, Federal CSO Court Order, and the Capacity Management Operations Maintenance and the Sanitary Sewer Overflow Consent Orders, as well as other federal and state regulations which continue to change and be implemented. It is important that we remain compliant with our mandatory regulation requirements, which still provide services to our city. This can only be done with proper staffing levels and funding. Please consider these impacts lower staffing levels will have to our city infrastructure. I ask that you consider this thoroughly and make an informed, positive decision for our city and our department to improve the FY 2021 budget. Respectfully submitted. Hearing no other communications, Madam Clerk, is that correct?
That's correct.
Next item on our agenda is update from our mayor regarding a COVID-19. Mr. Mayor? Yep.
I want to thank the President and all the members for letting me come down and talk to you tonight. It's, as you know, the COVID numbers right now in Fall River are on a very good, are at a very good place. We only had 2 positives today. Nobody passed away. We do get a little bump on the weekends because Monday we put in the ones that happened to pass away over the weekend. But the COVID numbers statewide are going in the right direction, and it's not any time to let up. I think everybody remains vigilant and smart. We can get through this. Our hospitals are doing very well. Any shortages we had in gear, whether it's masks, surgical costumes, glove, anything, we are back to either medium or high amount of inventory on hand. Our hospitals have rooms. As you know, they closed the field hospital at UMass Dartmouth 100% successfully. We never put one patient in there, which is exactly what you want to do when you're doing these precautionary measures. We did not put a patient in there, and we did not fill up the 2 overflow hospitals in New Bedford. I believe one might have got like 60 or 70 at a top number. The other person, the other one, I don't know what we ended up with a number, but our COVID numbers are very good. We've also tested 25,547 people, and we've had 2,400 people test positive, but a lot of that is over the region that South Coast covers from Fall River to Wareham. Our restaurants, we've worked diligently with our health inspectors and our building inspectors. I believe we have all the restaurants except for one that asked for outdoor seating are in a position now to get that opportunity. I know indoor dining opened up yesterday, and I anticipate it being a busy weekend in the restaurants in Fall River as people start to socially distance and go out and have meals. I think that's something that we have to stress. I believe that's going to be a positive for our community. Our budget will be in front of you tonight. I hope you'll give us favorable consideration, but obviously I rely on your judgment and to do what's best for the city. Saturday, we have our first cleanup. We're going to tackle the Flint. I think we might have 40 or 50 volunteers. We're going to split up at Kmart and at Lafayette Park and work down Pleasant Street and all the side streets, Jenks, any of those streets going up and down so that we can get out there. A couple hours, 9 to 11. We will be using purple bags, so please don't anybody take any pictures of me with those because they'll be telling me I'm bringing them back, and I know you'll try to ruin me. but we'll be using purple bags and pickers that we have left over to try to make a dent in some of the litter, and then we're going to go down the south end next and hit that. We got a great crew. A couple of football teams want to help us, and hopefully we can pick up some trash. We have a census task force right now. That's very important to the people watching, that you do fill out your census. It means a substantial amount of money to the city of Fall River. We have a crew of 5 main workers and 5 additional workers. We received a grant from the Secretary of State's office, so these people are out there on the weekends. They set up on the boardwalk, they set up tables around the city, they're gonna be at the parks, and they go out. They ask you to sign up. They tell you what you have to do. You can't fill the paper out with them. You have to go home and do it yourself. But they give you the way of doing it. We have multilingual people. Social media is really starting to pump out a lot of stuff on the census for the city of Fall River. We've had messages done by Jorgen de Castro, the Portuguese kids, the superintendent, Congressman Kennedy, the local delegation. Any city councilors that want to get up and make a message, we'd love to have you join us, telling people your opinion of how important the census is. We'll film you. We have a bunch of tech-savvy students that are helping us out with that. Takes 5 minutes. We're going to be going to the housing developments. We're going to be going across the community. We're doing a lot of outreach. We're going to be canvassing neighborhoods. We would love to get the city of Fall River up to what everybody tells me the real population is, around 100,000 people. It's going to take a Herculean effort. Anything you can do, any idea you have is a good one. If you've got something, call the office. Hey, Paul, there's going to be a bunch of people for this soccer sign-up or something. We'll have someone there talking about how important the census is. We're starting our group. We're trying to coalesce around that. I think we're going to call it One Fall River. We had our little Juneteenth celebration in the atrium the other day. It really went well. We had an excellent speaker, Rob Delano from BCC, who came as the director of Minority Affairs at BCC and gave a very compelling speech. We had a proclamation we issued, and people were allowed to get up and say whatever they want. On Thursday, we're going to be doing something that I think is it's going to be very interesting. We're going to have a panel of our minority police officers in Fall River come and talk about their experience firsthand in Fall River, what it's like. What are the positives? What are the negatives? And I told them, the ones I've talked to, say whatever you want. We want you to be open and frank. If we're going to move a city forward, we have to let people know that we value and respect their opinion, and what they say is not just going to be words thrown onto a microphone or something, but people are going to take heart with what they're saying. I think it's going to be eye-opening, and I'd love to invite people, but the same debate you just had about numbers makes it extremely difficult. It is going to be televised, and again, we're just doing our best to keep the crowds to a minimum also. Fireworks.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I understand that a lot of these items are with respect to updating the community. I'd like to try our very best to stick to our COVID update. I don't want to have any open meeting law violations on us as a result of that. I allowed those additional communications to the council because COVID has restricted the number of events that could happen, so I allowed it. But I'll allow you to speak on the firework matter just because it is, but I don't want to have this big back and forth with councilors. No. I want our conversations to be strictly COVID related right now.
Mr. President, I have the fireworks and the hydrangeas, and I'm done, or do you just want me to mention the fireworks?
Just the fireworks, please.
Okay. So on the fireworks, what we've done is started a north and a south patrol, unmarked cars, 2 police, exclusively chasing fireworks. When they see an explosion, they go to it. Last night they had 20. We only had 20 calls, and they had 7 engagements with people that were lighting off fireworks. Again, in keeping with what I think is the way you do community policing. When they do catch up to these people with fireworks, it's informative, explaining to them what they're doing wrong. Some people they found in Flint didn't even know fireworks were illegal. They confiscated them. That's what we're trying to do, get the city to be able to sleep at night, and that's what we're working on. Children, elderly, myself, we want to sleep at night. We don't want to hear fireworks all night. So the chief has made a concerted effort to really tackle this, and let's see how it goes tonight. We'll try to stay on top of it. But again, I don't want to run over my time. I appreciate you letting me talk to you, and
Thank you,
With
Mr.
that being
Mayor.
said,
We have
thank you.
We have a couple of councilors that have some questions. Councilor in seat 5, Councilor Lee.
How you doing, sir?
Mr. Lee, feel funny calling you that, but go ahead.
I know, right? I've been calling you Mr. Coogan since I was in school. So, in regards to the coronavirus, you reported that the hospitals haven't been overwhelmed, and that's been the ongoing theme from the beginning, correct?
Correct.
And would you say that the nursing homes were hit the hardest as far as that goes?
Most assuredly. What happened there was, knowing what we know now, the lockdown should have been swift and severe on all the nursing homes. The transients in and out, going from working at Fall River Deaconess, working at Catherine. A lot of these people are per diem, and they bounced around, and it definitely set back the entire state, not just Fall River, so everybody's comfortable.
Yep.
I believe, 60% of our, or 65% of our deaths were from nursing homes, so I think we should do a better job there. We still call them once a week or once every 10 days to ask them if we can bring something to them, and we try to support them. But it seems like they have a handle on it now. That one bubble you saw a week ago was
Yeah.
directly a nursing home.
Also, just a couple of questions regarding the high rises. We have a lot of elderly people in these high rises in the city. Did we have any problems there? Were a lot of issues in those areas at all?
I believe we kind of got by that.
Good. Okay.
St. Anne's Food Pantry was delivering food to people that didn't have the ability to get out. We were trying to bring stuff in. Right now, I think I've heard of no bad episodes coming out of the high rises right now.
And do you have any social distancing or any kind of guidelines for these cleanups? Because 50 people is a lot of volunteers.
Yeah, I believe we'll put 2 on the side of a street, 2 on the other side, send 2 up the next one, 2 up the next. We're going to divvy them up, Mr. Lee, so that people are not walking in packs. If they want to walk in packs, we'll thank them for helping us, but they can come another time.
And also, just for the purposes of safety, we are all aware of how low quality those purple bags are. So you might want to have those orange bags on hand, okay?
See, I knew this was going to
You
get
guys are
bad
aware
for
of
the
that.
bags. It's
And
gonna
I
be-
yield the floor,
Thank
Council
you. Thank
President.
you,
Thank you.
Councilor. Councilor in seat 8, Councilor Pereira.
Just a couple of questions. Talking about the census, I did it online. It's so easy to do it online that if a lot of people, instead of filling out forms, I don't know if these people have access to a computer where somebody can just fill it out. One. The other thing, you talked about the cleanup and, being careful with COVID, et cetera. What is it looking like with basketball hoops going back up? I've gotten several calls about that, and I think that, some of the kids that have been home from school and kind of inbound want to get out. Is there a way to monitor that or
Not
limit it?
not that I know of,
No.
Ms. Pereira.
No.
I talked to yesterday. I had a conversation with the lieutenant governor, and it was about basketball. I said, we got to get these hoops up. We got to get them up yesterday instead of tomorrow. And she said, Paul, I'm looking at that coming in July or maybe phase 3. I said, this is just an outlet for our kids, Ms. Polito, and we need some help on that. So again, I would put them up today if we had enough people that want to supervise them, but I believe what's going to happen is as soon as the supervisors leave, it's just going to be a full-out game every time. We had it when we told them to stay off it the first time before John Perry and his crew removed the hoops, so it's tough. I feel bad. I want the hoops up, but we're going to have to ride with what the state, Boston's not doing it. No one's doing it. As soon as everyone starts doing it, we'll be right in the hunt.
I just know that, a mother called me today who has a son who's autistic. She said, he's wanting to just stay in bed. His socialization is so important for him. So just a heads up on that. The other question that I have, and I'm not sure if you're aware of it because I wasn't aware of it, but you have the Board of Health and then you have the Building Department. Back in the first career, Bob Carrere administration, the city was restructured. And at that time, and through our city ordinances, the Board of Health oversaw building. Somehow, things changed. There's nothing in our ordinance that states that. But the building department can't go out and do outdoor dining and check on utensils or temperature of fires or whatever. Temperature of how meals being cooked, how things are being put in warming trays, et cetera. That's specifically Board of Health. And our ordinance states that Board of Health oversees building oversees Board of Health, and that's not what our ordinances say. I think that maybe that, I did put in to look at some of the boards and commissions and figure out what they do, who gets paid, who doesn't get paid, and that's been sitting in the ordinance committee. But I think I'm gonna file another one to look at this. If this is something in that people wanna change, fine, but right now, the way our ordinances are written, the Board of Health oversees building.
Right,
So I'm just confused with that and just wanted to share
yeah.
my thoughts with that.
I know you
I
had
don't have any
expressed your concerns to me about
Yeah.
that, and we're looking at it. At one point, early in the administration, we were looking at a major reorganization
Yeah.
of all of the functions of government, but that got shunted to the left with COVID, but maybe we'll go right back to it.
Yeah, I just, we have to follow the ordinances, and sometimes
Yep.
decisions are made internally. That was made, how they switched that around was through the second career of administration, and that never came to the council for any kind of a vote on that.
It should come in front of you guys.
So that didn't happen. But thank you, and I know we're not supposed to talk about anything about the COVID, but thanks to the chief and yourself for dealing with the fireworks issue, because the calls were incredible
Yeah, we're getting tons of them.
and disrupting. But thank you. With that, I yield, Mr.
Thank
President.
thank you, Councilor. Councilor in seat 6, Councilor Peckham.
I'm actually all set, I yield.
Thank you, Councilor in seat 3, Councilor Kilby.
I'm pretty sure this is COVID related because I myself have never seen our parks in better shape. And I mentioned it to Mr. Perry, who's sitting in the audience, as I drive through the city. The parks are immaculate. They really are. And what I also noticed is obviously more receptacles. And I noticed more families that are enjoying our parks because of probably the social distancing, wanting to get out of their apartment or whatever. Put a blanket down, having, a little lunch in the park. I see it all over the place. But credit to whoever's responsible, Ms. Perry, is it?
Yep.
John Perry, and I pay attention a lot to these little things, and as I drive around the city, the grass is cut, there's hardly any trash, plenty of receptacles, even the Little League ball fields are kept up nicely. I know that they're not being used right now, obviously, but I think it gives the community, when they see their parks and their baseball fields, et cetera, it gives people a sense of normalcy during a difficult time. So credit to your administration for that. So
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you, Councilor. Mr. Mayor, one last question. Do you have any idea when the ballparks, the Little Leagues, will, or if they are going to be resuming? Do you know what phase that's in? Is that in phase 3?
I would assume she was describing the same phases for sports. I'm thinking the beginning of phase 3, but they kind of move these phases around sometimes when they see progress in a certain area. So hopefully, I mean, if the numbers in Fall River today with 2 positives and last week, maybe if that's the trend across the state, they'll move them up. I think sports in the summer for kids is so important. I can't stress it enough. I wish we could open them all tomorrow. So again, if I hear something, though, Cliff, as I do most of the time during the week, I'll give you a buzz.
You absolutely will, and I appreciate that. And I do know the governor did speak at his press conference, said he wants to see steady numbers for 2 straight weeks as of Monday before they entertain any discussions on going into phase 3. It's just a question that I know council is asking, and I know you will because you've been proactive, but I ask that your administration, perhaps when we get closer to phase 3, reach out to these little leagues like Maplewood and some of these other little league fields to see what kind of support the city can give them when it comes to preparations for their fields like we have in previous years. Because if they do have any kind of a season, if at all, support from this community, I think, would be paramount. So
Absolutely.
I ask if you do that. Any other questions for our mayor regarding COVID? Hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate your time. Next
Thank you.
item. Thank you. Next item on our agenda is a continuing appropriation, which is item 1 on our agenda. Mrs. Sahadi. And just so the council is aware, right after our last meeting, which was done, I'm sorry, the key.
Where's the key?
Mr. Perry, could you give the key for the bathroom downstairs? Absolutely. Thank you. And just so the council is aware, just so the council's aware, we had a lengthy meeting through Zoom for this last time. We had a discussion on a 1/12 appropriation. I think it was the overall consensus of this body that we send over to the administration. We return the administration back over to from the 1/12 appropriation. We're asking for a presentation on what the financial picture looks like. Mrs. Sahadi and the mayor and I have been in constant communication. We've been trying our best to give as much detail to the council so they have an overall understanding and the community an overall understanding of what the financial picture would look like and what consequences we would or would not see. So I appreciate the work that you guys have put into it, and I'll turn the floor over to Mrs. Sahadi so we can have that presentation.
Thank you, Council President and councilors. Hold on a second. Okay. Yeah, I don't know that I would do that. Okay, so after the last meeting, as Council President indicated, there were some questions as to where we're at, and to some extent, where we're going. So what I did on behalf of the administration was put together a PowerPoint presentation. Some of it's redundant from what we discussed at the last meeting. Some of it is some additional information that will hopefully help you make an informed decision with regard to the July continuing appropriation, which is before you this evening.
I don't mean to cut you off. I just want the council to know that we do have this presentation in our packages. So if everybody wants to resort to it, you can have it there. Sorry.
Certainly. In addition, Council President, the administration, together with the Water Department, talked about it at length today, and we decided to add some additional slides that include the water and the sewer budgets, and so you have those as well. I believe they may have been left by the city clerk on your desks, so the two reports would be included in this presentation. Again, this information is based on estimates that we had as of June 17th, 2020, when we put together the presentation. As you know, the information from the state is lagging this year in comparison to when we would normally receive our state aid information. And certainly with COVID-19 and the crisis that we are in, Councilor Kadim at the last meeting certainly pointed out that this issue that we're facing may certainly be ongoing and may certainly cover multiple years, but we're talking here strictly to the 2021 budget. Oops, sorry. Again, any help, and I've said this before to all of you, any help or any participation from each of you is certainly welcomed. No ideas are bad ideas. We are looking at unprecedented times, so we want to make sure that going forward, we are able to best serve the city with the finances that we have available. In fiscal 2017, the city implemented zero-based budgeting. Departments were asked to build their budgets from zero and document their needs. That system or that method continues today. So one of the challenges that we're faced with right now is there's not a lot of fluff, if you want to call it that, in each of the budgets. So when we're looking at the budgets and we're looking at the needs of those departments, it is the needs of those departments. And we'll talk a little bit, if you'd like, with regard to where we were at in terms of where there may be some leeway in terms of vacant positions. And we talked a little bit about that at the last meeting. But in essence, there's not significant dollars within the budget that we can shave, if you will, off of a particular department's budget as we currently stand. The rainy day fund, better known as the stabilization fund, back in 2014 had just shy of $400,000 in it, and as of this past month we're at $7.4 million. $7.4 million in a city our size with a budget of $300 million is not sufficient enough to cover the reserves that a community should have. Where are we? We're in the middle of a pandemic, as everyone knows, and local governments across Massachusetts are all in limbo. Certainly, there are a number of communities that have passed a budget, that have presented a budget, and have passed a budget with the information that they had available. There's also a number of communities within the state of Massachusetts that currently are presenting a interim budget. We're referring to it as a July continuing appropriation budget. Other communities are referring to it as an interim budget, and certainly you have heard the classification of a 1/12 budget. They are all the budget that would represent the needs of the city for the month of July. Normally, the budget is passed, as I indicated, the governor's budget is passed early on. We rely on that information. But where we're at today is that the governor has given us the opportunity, if you will, to basically put the brakes on and provide us with an emergency that would allow us to delay the presentation of a complete budget until 60 days after his emergency has been lifted, or July 31st. So in this instance, since we're sitting here and it's June 23rd, July 31st is when your budget is going to be due. It's been asked by a number of you where the state is at, and at this particular point, I can't answer that specifically. We know that the House and the Senate need to look at the governor's budget and need to present their budgets out of conference committee to determine what our state aid is going to be going forward. If a level funded budget were submitted today, the council would not have time necessary to present the budget for July. Realistically, although you had an initial budget back at May 15th, the objective of that in the charter is to give you 45 days to deliberate over that budget. And so with 7 days left in this fiscal year and so many unknowns, giving you a full budget going forward, in my opinion at least, would not be prudent. Again, words of advice. I talked at the last meeting with regard to Senator Mike Roderick's, who indicated that the state is preparing a 1/12 budget for the month of July, and his quote was, "It's better to be conservative rather than destructive," meaning rather than presenting layoffs and other cuts within municipal government, be conservative within the July budget, and that's what we did. We presented you a budget without filling vacant positions, without indicating to any department that they could spend any monies on capital, and looking at their expenses and streamlining them for the month of July. Subsequent to that conversation with Senator Roderick's, Sean Cronin, who is the Senior Deputy Commissioner of Local Services, indicated that it's unprecedented times. We've talked about that. For which his words, not mine, there's no playbook, so he sees no reason that the 1/12 budget option be something that this council should consider as it being the prudent way to pass a budget, at least for the month of July. Quarter ended, so where we're at. That question was asked of me at the last meeting, so to just give you an update, you receive quarterly reports based on the charter. The last quarterly report you would have received would have been the March 31st, 2020 quarterly report, and at that particular time, we were in essence, where we needed to be. We had collected approximately 75% of our general fund revenue, and at the same time, we had spent about 78% of our general fund expenses. One of the reasons that it's 78% and not 75%, because people look at 3/4 and think it should be 75%, is that all of our debt service is due in the month of February, and realistically, none of the debt service is due in that last quarter. The governor announced the stay-at-home March 16th. So what happened? City Hall closed, right? We all know that. We haven't been able to allow the public in over the last quarter of the year. Just recently, we've opened the building to a very limited number of individuals. So our local receipts began to plummet, and that's what we're looking at here for closing out fiscal '20. We're looking at our parking meter receipts being down approximately $400,000, our meals tax being down an estimated $300,000, and recreational cannabis as well as our marijuana impact fee both down, because that's a matched number, $400,000. So we have a significant loss in our local receipts. The mayor did do a good job and was able to secure collections of our real estate taxes and our personal property taxes at Bay Coast. And as a result, that has been going well. And so we've been able to at least do some collections outside of the building, although we did have online payments, and we did have and still do have the use of the online as well as the Dropbox, and certainly U.S. mail. We track and analyze our expenses daily as well as our revenue. I know that sometimes when you're only getting quarterly reports, you don't necessarily see what we're doing here at City Hall on a regular basis, but the auditor's office continued to work each and every day. Payroll continued to work each and every day, even though certain departments within the city were not able to come in, and there were certainly the inability to work remotely by some individuals, but myself, as well as the auditing department, the treasurer's department, as well as the collecting department, we're all here each and every day during the COVID crisis. Some of the things that are occurring, and I guess in our instance, forever changing, is the city received, and this is ongoing because our grant individual continues to write new grants regularly, but the city has received a Department of Health grant for $200,000 that paid for payroll and some PPE. We haven't received, but have been awarded $260,000 from DOJ. That is going to be utilized for equipment needs. As you all know from prior emergencies that have occurred, FEMA money is available. That FEMA money passes through the Commonwealth and is available through MEMA. That is reimbursed at a rate of 75%. And the city was awarded $7.9 million from the CARES Act. In addition to that, I know you've heard the mayor speak about the Community Development Agency. They've received both CDBG money in the amount of $1.7 million, and they have received, I believe, 2 homeless grants totaling $2.1 million to assist in the COVID-related expenses. So it's ongoing. The $7.9 million from the CARES Act can be used as the match on the FEMA money. So that 75%, the related 25%, can be utilized out of that 7.9. So realistically, 100% of any expenses that we have incurred that have been submitted to MEMA for reimbursement will be reimbursable. One of the things that I don't think I have on a screen here, but has been certainly something that has taken a lot of time out of the departments, is we want to be careful with regard to, in particular, that fiscal '20 budget, because anything that a department is spending, down to, a simple example of, because the employees were not in the building, their pay stubs had to be mailed to them. That postage is a COVID-related expense. So we have been spending a lot of time over the last 2 months, realistically, trying to accumulate all of those expenses that are really COVID-related that somebody might not necessarily think about. So it's been a trying experience. Certainly something I've never lived through. I've been doing governmental accounting for 40 years. Certainly most people haven't lived through, or any of us have not lived through something like this. So we are doing our best to try to put the expenses, if you will, in the right buckets so that we can be reimbursed the maximum amount available to this community. Brainstorming activities, we meet on a regular basis. We look at, and I know we talked about this at the last meeting as well, but we look at the budgeting process itself. We look at what the effect of a hiring freeze would be. As of realistically the last quarter of the year, there really has not been any significant hiring. There may have been a position here or a position there that was replaced, but there hasn't been any significant hiring. We have a number of vacant positions, as I indicated early on. We have been talking with the budget, the departments with regard to their budgets. We're looking at the prior year needs versus what we see them needing in the future years. And we're looking at the open contracts. As you know, we have 3 open contracts. We have technically 4 open contracts. The police, Superiors, and the patrol are open, as well as the fire and the Teamsters. So at the last meeting, somebody asked, what if state aid was level funded into 2020? So what you have in front of you are the 2 aspects, or the 2 large aspects of state aid. So unrestricted general government aid, net of assessments, and education net of assessments. So the assessments on the education's the charter school, and the assessments on the general aid are things like the transportation, CERTA, et cetera. The state aid, if it were level funded for fiscal 20, for the unrestricted general aid would be a reduction of $559,306, and for education it would be $11,316,428. When we first prepared the budget, or when we first looked at the budget, as you know, we always utilize as a standard what the governor has presented. So as you can see, Governor Baker, back in January of 2020, provided the city under the general aid $25.6 million. Level funded would be $25 million. That question was asked at the last meeting, so we provided you with this information in this slide. I will tell you, as of yesterday, we received correspondence from the Division of Local Services. Actually, the first time we've actually received correspondence on where we might see the state going with the forward funding of state aid. And what they've told us is for the month of July and for the month of August, so for those 2 months, they're expecting to fund the city level funded for 2021. So the July payment will mirror the July payment from 2019, and the August payment will do the same with the August 19 payment. And that's reflected in the information.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Repeat that?
Sure. So we received correspondence from the Division of Local Services, and I can get you a copy of that correspondence. It's a bulletin, actually, that they issued. I believe it's Bulletin 2020-9. And that particular bulletin says they're going to level fund our state aid for the months of July and August. And basically what that's doing, or the way I've interpreted it, is that's giving the House and the Senate the time to deliberate over the budget and be able to provide us with information with regard to state aid.
And
You
the
have to
financial aspect of that, Mrs. Sahadi, is about $2 million or thereabouts, correct, that the city will be receiving from the state for the month of July and August for state aid, right?
That's correct. That's correct. Because we get $25 million a year, and it's divided evenly over the 12 months. That is exactly correct.
May I, Ms. Mayor? Does that apply also to the education money?
It does apply also to the education money.
July and August?
July and August, that is correct.
Schools open in September.
That is correct. Now, Council President asked me to get some information for him earlier today. I was not able to get all of you the information because it was 4 o'clock this afternoon. But their July expenditures were $1.2 million in 2019, and their August expenditures, and
You're speaking of the school department?
yes, that's what Councilor Kilby asked me. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Let me see if I can find it.
While you're looking, I don't know if anyone else read it in the paper, but Taunton put together a level funded budget, right? And they had to send out 160 pink slips.
They did.
To staff,
They
mostly
also,
teachers.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Council Kilby. They also utilized $2.5 million of stabilization, leaving them with a balance of $15 million. So they actually had $17.5 million worth of stabilization. That's where they're ahead of us in the sense of a smaller community and significant stabilization. We only have a balance of $7.4 million. So it would not be wise, in my opinion, to supplement the budget with stabilization money, if that helps.
Yes, it did, thank you.
And Mrs. Hardy, just so the community isn't confused by the slide that's before us, I know the councilors understand, so if we could break it down for the community. The unrestricted general government net of assessments, that last column where it says the result, the decrease in funding from the state, that is the city, the 559,306. That is the city's contribution of a adjustment for a level funded budget.
That is correct.
The 11,316,428 is the school department's adjustment for a level funded budget, just so everybody understands.
That is correct. With some caveat, if you will, because that is the decrease in the state aid, but as you know, state aid is a component of the net school spending, so there's a portion of the net school spending at 100% that the city would still pick up, because it's really an 80-20 split for net school spending, if that makes sense. $2.2 million they spent in the month of August, and we'll talk, and I can certainly talk about it here and now. So there's also some confusion, with regard to the continuing appropriation, I believe. So I've reached out to the state again to make sure I clarified it and that I was understanding it correctly, as well as speaking to some of my peers in other communities. So what happens with this 112 procedurally is you're going to vote this July budget, hopefully. That's, what we're asking for you from the administration. You're going to vote this July budget. Let's assume, for argument's sake, that you then will have to have an August budget because the state's not going to get us the state aid information until the middle of the month. We don't know that, but we're estimating it. And then you're going to get a budget, and then you're going to have to deliberate that budget. If that happens, you vote this July budget, then we will provide you with an August budget. At the same time that you get an August budget, you're going to rescind this July order. So the July order goes away. It's only for the month of July. Then you get your full budget. You're going to vote an entire budget just as you vote it every other year, and that August budget will be rescinded. So those two budgets don't carry over to subsequent months. So you don't get... if it's not spent in that particular month, it just closes out and gets rescinded. And you will actually have an order in front of you to rescind it before you vote or at the same time that you're voting the August. And the same is true with the August budget when you get your full budget. So I know there was some confusion in the community with regard to whether or not it was going to be carried over, and they wanted to make sure that they budgeted enough in a particular month so that they would have it for the subsequent month. But the way the process has been described by the Division of Local Services, and again, brand new, this hasn't really happened in the past. This COVID-19 caused all of these additional rules and regulations and procedures. I don't want you to think that whatever you vote in this particular budget, carries on, and then there's the August budget and it's multiplying and it's giving us or giving departments the ability to really overspend what their needs might be once the state does, in fact, issue a budget. The other question that was asked of me at the last council meeting, and this is just the simple math and to some extent, is what would happen if it were a 10% reduction. Well, a 10% reduction would reduce general aid by $2.5 million and education aid by $12 million. And then again, 20%, $5 million, and then $24 million with regard to education. I mean, we're hopeful that this will never come to be reality, but those questions were asked at the last council meeting, so I provided you with that data so you could basically see it in front of you. Where is it, or where are the effects? You can see the effects here prior to COVID-19 when we presented the budget. We presented it with what we thought was going to be the governor's budget and what we thought the local receipts were going to be at the time, as well as the indirects. Our total budget that was originally presented to you back in May was $288 million. If it were level funded, it would be at $275 million. Again, the majority of that would be school operations. On the expense side, I broke out the school operations. The transportation costs actually increased slightly from Mr. Pacheco since March when we first put this budget together. And the other areas that we're showing in terms of differences in order to be able to level fund it is to not fill the vacant positions, and that's generally what we also spoke about back 2 weeks ago. Sorry. So just some additional data. Councilor Dion, I think you asked about a lot of this. So where are we at? The open contracts, if we were to provide them with 1.5% increase, which is what the ASME contracts received, the value of that for police would be $447,000. The value of that for fire would be $390,000. The Teamsters would be $48,000. And the custodians, because we only have a few of them, because we contract services for custodians, would be $3,700. Right now, and this fluctuates a little bit, but we have approximately 13 patrolmen that are vacant positions. The mayor has indicated in a couple of the briefings recently that we are sending, I think it's 3 more to the academy right now, so that would reduce that number to 10. We have 4 firefighters. We have 6 individuals in community maintenance. We have 2 administrative positions, 1 in community services, and 2 in financial services right now. So if we were to not fill any of the positions, that value would be $1,355,000. Now, we all know that we already operate a lean government, and so not filling any of them would probably not be a prudent thing to do. But in terms of what's in your budget now, in terms of what was vacant positions, this is the value.
Mr. President, can I just,
Sure, Councilor C1.
I'm sorry, just on the slide here. So those numbers don't make sense to me. So can we just double check that? The 13 patrolmen at $475,000, I would suggest that a salary of like $30,000, $36,000.
Yes, that's because there's no way we could hire them all on July 1st.
Okay.
So I believe 11 of them were intended to go in the academy in January, and I want to say 4
So
or
we did
5 of
mid-year
them in
hires.
November, so there would be a delay on the hires. That's correct.
All right.
But if you were to look at the original May budget that you received, that would have been the value of them.
Okay.
But you are 100% correct. I believe their average salary,
It's about like 50,000. Like in the
yeah,
50s, right?
58, I think, but yes.
And then the community maintenance, so that on the opposite side, and maybe it's a wash, but 6 community maintenance, I mean, that's 50,000. Is that what their salary is for community maintenance?
One of them is the assistant director to Mr. Perry, which is a $75,000 position.
Okay, all right.
But yes, that would
All
be
right, so
the
that would-
average if you did the math.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, thanks.
Anybody else?
You can keep going.
Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt. I
No,
just
no,
wanted
no,
the numbers
no
to make
problem.
sense.
I
Point
needed
of
a
information
sip of
is
water
well-
anyway.
Your point of information is well noted.
Point of information as well.
Councilor in seat 6, Councilor Peckham.
I went over the seniority list with you
Mm-hmm.
in a meeting for the police department. I recall there being 16 vacancies on the sheet, if I'm not mistaken. With that, I just found out today we lost 2 from the academy out of the 4 that were sent. So that brings it to 18 vacancies, just for clarification between the seniority list and the 2 officers that we lost.
That's
from the
correct.
academy.
So the budget process begins in January, and the information that is included in your budget book is generally put together in the March timeframe. So that would have been what was included in the budget at that time. But as we know, there are retirements and people coming and going in all of these departments on a regular basis. So none of the information is something that is fluent, because there's no way to keep up with the retirees and the vacant positions. But you are 100% correct with regard to the 4 that went into the academy. 2 have already left the,
Yeah, they withdrew.
withdrew.
Okay,
Great.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Other information that was requested that is included in the May 15th budget was $533,000 of capital items that we have put on hold. 176 was in the IT department, 36 in parks. The cemetery was attempting to shore up their equipment in both cemetery and trees. Streets and highways, Mr. Perry's here, he could speak to it, but that was to make some improvements to Lewiston Street. Facilities, Mr. Gallagher generally puts $15,000 in his budget each year annually, and he transfers it into a revolving fund so that he has monies to replace vehicles. And then the police department had $105,000.
You can keep going. We're gonna entertain questions at the end. There's
Okay.
several council
I'm
members
sorry.
hand.
Other budgetary items that are currently, now this is another task this year that we haven't had in prior years, and that's to really look at each of the budgets and make sure that we are treating all of the expenses within a budget that are COVID-related or can be considered COVID-related, and apply for those dollars under the CARES Act money. And so police, when we looked through the budget and sat with the chief and really talked about what expenses he could realistically apply to the CARES money. And again, we're still looking for some clarification from the federal government on eligibility rules. But there's radios, there's emergency equipment, there's some traffic equipment, there's body vests, and Mr. Dion has noted that he can now fully fund the walking beats. So he wasn't able to do that in the past. So that has a sum total of about $425,000. And in the fire department, we were able to shore up about $90,000 worth of gear, which also could potentially be considered eligible under the CARES Act money. Other monetary items that we have been looking at over the last number of years realistically, but again, most recently, is looking at the accumulated comp time that the police department has, which at the last calculation of it, it was greater than $3 million. The fire department is continuing to work with the EMS department to combine those departments to have more of an efficiency. The conversation comes up on a regular basis as to what the normal cost and the unfunded pension liability is. Right now, that annual cost is $31.5 million. The health insurance continues to increase annually. Currently, we're showing a net cost to the city of $40.7 million. And as Councilor Kadim rightfully points out on a regular basis, the other post-employment benefits, the OPEB, is really not funded significantly here in the city of Fall River, in that we are only funding it with approximately 10% of any free cash that's generated. What's to come? You know, alternatives to this data that I've just presented to you. I'm certainly open to ears, so if you have any ideas with regard to it, certainly I'd love to talk to you about it. We've been having discussions with the school department. What's going to happen with school opening? Last I heard, the commissioner has not made an announcement yet, although he could have in the last day or two, and I haven't spoken to the superintendent, but they're going to have issues with social distancing, with transportation potentially, and then something as simple as the cost of masks for the students. Mr. Pacheco has provided, I think, I don't want to give you the number, but he's provided a list of what he thinks some of these additional costs are to actually CDA, hoping that some of them could be picked up with the CDA block grant. In summary, again, using the 112th option is a tool. It's available in this climate. I think until we have a clearer picture on fiscal '21 revenue and expenses for that matter, I think it's definitely the prudent way for this council to go, so we can continue to work together to present a fuller picture once we have that information available. And no idea is a bad idea, so, you know, whatever you can share with me in terms of your ideas is certainly helpful. You have in front of you the vote. I'd appreciate the July continuing appropriation being voted this evening, but certainly we continue to discuss the FY21 budget process. We're trying to see where we're going forward. We have historically put together a 5-year forecast, as you know, which is part of the charter, but that also really, that document really doesn't stand much weight at this point because we don't really know where we're going to be. I know there were some comments that we use one-time money within the operating budget. I just want to reassure all of you that that is not the case. We have not used one-time money in any of the operating budgets since I've been here. It's not a good plan. If you start using stabilization money in your budget, I mean, there has been certain instances where we had to draw from stabilization, particularly when some of the union contracts were negotiated after the budget was put together, and it forced us to go to stabilization for those dollars. But the budgets have not been certainly put together with regard to funding those budgets with one-time money. And then lastly, we are certainly preparing for a second wave in the fall. We've been talking with the IT department and some outside vendors to be able to work more remotely and have more availability to both the residents of the city as well as the employees. So that is item 3 on your agenda. Item 4 on your agenda is the EMS budget. I don't have a lot specifically to speak about that. Both the chief and Director Oliveira are here if you want to ask them specific questions.
If we can, let's hit the 112 budget appropriation or the continuing appropriation questions first. And I understand that items 4 and 5 with respect to EMS and water and sewer would come next. So let's do it that way to avoid any confusion. Recognize Counselor in seat 2, Counselor Dion.
Hi, good evening. How are you today?
I'm good.
Okay, I have a number of questions. In regards to the CARES Act monies, initially it was not clear what the guidelines would be on spending and what would be covered and how the money would be handled. Have you gotten better clarification on that? Because it sounds like you seem a little surer on where the monies can be spent.
So we have not, other than the original definitions of whether it be COVID-related, we have not received any additional clarification. It's our understanding that Congress is debating whether or not it can be used for lost revenue, which is the direction that we would hope to see them decide, so we can utilize some of it for that purpose within the fiscal '21 budget.
So do we know when we might be receiving guidance on this?
We don't. It's up to the federal government.
Okay.
Yeah, but to Counselor Dion's point, is there? I know that it's everything's up to the government right now, but has the government, who's been in constant communication with the administration, given any kind of a timeline on when they are going to give municipalities some kind of a framework to use on how we could start budgeting for the future?
Not with, Council President, not with regard to the CARES Act monies, but we have spoken to the state with regard to the local monies that have been assessed or allocated to us, and also with regard to the state budget, which is what we refer to as the cherry sheet, and we're hopeful, based on both the bill that was passed and the conversations, that we would expect sometime, I'm hoping early July, but at least mid-July, where we're at with those dollars.
would it be wise to make a motion that we send a letter to our state reps and Senator Rodrick perhaps in terms of how the funds can be spent or utilized? If we could have that, maybe an answer by August 1st, would that be something that we could do?
I think that's an appropriate motion to possibly make that the clerk send a letter on behalf of the city council to our delegation, as well as Senator Rodrick, to possibly give the city some guidance in terms of when we can spend and how we can spend the CARES Act money. I'd entertain that as a motion. That has been made by Councilor Dion, seconded by Councilor Kilby. Discussion on that item specifically, that item. Councilor in seat 5, Councilor Lee.
I'm agreeing with the proposal. It's just that I think that, just to Mary Sahadi, I think this is just a confirmation of how uncertain the budget is. And I think that kind of supports voting for this, voting yes for this monthly budget, to be honest with you. So I yield.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion on the motion to send a letter that has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Councilor in seat 2, you still have the floor.
So when our shutdown first became a reality, did we do any type of spending freeze?
Well, certainly, I don't know that there was a specific order from the mayor in terms of a spending freeze, but there were so few people and so few departments being able to operate. Indirectly, there was a spending freeze.
Let's see. So, under the, what happened in Q4 of FY20, you show the parking receipts, the local receipts that have obviously plummeted. We don't talk too much about any of the expenses that weren't expended. What type of is there any balance, a reduction in expense? Did that help close some of the gap in terms of losing some of the revenues? How has that worked out?
So I think one of the councilors asked me earlier this evening what I thought, and maybe it was at a different meeting, I'm sorry. I get confused from time to time, getting old, Right now, you also have in front of you a transfer order to shore up some of the departments that have overspent their budgets and utilize some of the money that is left in some of the budgets. So in particular, transportation, right? Transportation, they haven't had any buses, so there's been no spending in that area. But to answer your very specific question, we track it every day almost, but certainly weekly, in terms of what our expenditures are and where we expect to see our revenue. And as of the last time we ran an analysis, which was probably a week ago now, we were looking at about $100,000 surplus, so very minimal. So we're not expecting much in the way of a surplus when you net the revenue losses against the surpluses in the departments.
Can you clarify for me, in terms of the recreation, cannabis, excise, and the impact fees? Here it says that we're down 400,000. At the end of the third quarter, and you're gonna have to excuse me, I left my glasses in the car.
That's okay.
At the end of the third quarter, it showed that we actually, on the marijuana host fee, which is the impact fee, that we actually were at 241%. So we had taken in more than we anticipated at that time, and we were up 70,000.
Right, so the 400,000 that I'm representing is what we would have been collecting monthly. So we were anticipating, I should probably use as opposed to hoping, anticipating free cash at the end of the year, which would have been generated particularly from those line items. So, yes, one line individually, you are correct. We had already received more than we had budgeted for that particular line item, but that would have provided us with free cash at the end of fiscal '21. And as I just indicated, we'll be lucky if we have 100,000, maybe slightly more, but it really depends what the receipts are for the month of June.
Okay, so essentially then, am I understanding correctly that the receipts that plummeted actually affect free cash more than it did the budget and meeting our budgetary responsibility.
That's correct.
Let's see. In terms of SROs, with the schools closed, have they been utilized or will they be utilized on the street? What has happened with the SROs?
Yeah, certainly, Counselor. I mean, that is a question that at this particular point, I don't believe I can answer intelligently. I believe the school department is still paying for the SROs. It's my understanding that the SROs are being utilized to visit some of the homes and some of the students, but that would really be a question for the school department.
If you could get some information, I know counselors have some maybe a point of information to our council vice president on this.
The police chief had sent me the information on what they've been doing. I can forward it to the council.
Okay, fair enough. And just for a little bit of an overview for people who aren't familiar with that, there's been some ongoing discussions with the school side because the SROs obviously are in vacant schools right now. So there's been some discussion about possibly seeing what we can do to add additional manpower to our streets. And I know our council vice president and a couple of other councilors have worked with the administration and the school department on trying to get a little bit of an update. So if you could please work, I know the council's going to get that update from our council vice president, but if you could get that over and get some clarity on that, because if we can add more manpower to the streets, I think we need it. We always do.
Certainly.
Councilor in seat 2.
In terms of the accumulated comp time in the police department, is that cumulative or is that for a single year?
Cumulative.
That is cumulative.
Yes, and that particular, the HR director and the police department are working on updating that worksheet. So I can probably provide you with some additional information once I have that information and am able to review it as well. It was $3.3 million almost 2 years ago under the last administration when we actually looked at the analysis last.
Okay, now, on one of the slides, where did I put it? You made reference to that health insurance continues to increase annually. I know that you're aware that recently we were given some information that shows that actually there have been many savings in the health department, in the healthcare area. There's been redesign of the program. We've switched to Canadian drugs, et cetera, which has actually saved millions of dollars for the city. So what's the offset? How is it?
The increase is just not as significant as it would be if we didn't have some of those redesigns or other savings. So this past year, we went to a separate drug company, so prescriptions have been carved out of Blue Cross. You're right with terms of the Canadian drugs. There's a number of plan designs that have occurred over the years and continue to occur on a regular basis. We're actually, I believe, next fall, so in a few months, we'll be going out for bid again on health insurance. And we're always looking for ways to save on health insurance. But health insurance, and Councilor Kadim can probably attest to this, has been double digits for a number of years. So for the fact that we can keep it into the single digits, it's been a plus for this city.
But there have been significant savings over the years, which has slowed it down and made it more palatable.
Good way to put it.
Let's see. In terms of, now you stated that the state is going to level fund us for July and August.
That's correct.
So wouldn't it make sense if the state is going to level fund us, why wouldn't we follow suit and level fund our budget as well for July and August?
Because what happens with the state is they just take the total amount allocated to us, so the 25 million, divide it by 12, and we get 1/12 every month. Our bills don't come in based on 1/12 every month. So we can't just look at our bills and say, what is 1/12 of what the prior year budget is? Actually, if you look at the appropriation order that was presented to you, the July budget is less by, I believe, 300 and some odd thousand, 331, than 1/12 of what the 20 budget was. So if I simply took the 20 budget and divided it by 1/12, we would have actually had a presentation to you this evening with a continuing appropriation order that would have been more than what you have in front of you.
I know I'm jumping all over the place, but
okay.
With the marijuana dispensaries open again, have we seen any monies as a result of that? Are we realizing any type of rebound? Obviously, we're never going to regain everything that you lost, but has there been any type of rebound?
So, yes to have we received any money? We received a check from Northeast Alternative for, I didn't bring the updated form, for March, April, and May. So March had 2 weeks of recreational as well as their medical. April had only medical, and May had a slight amount of recreational as well. The total check from them was $173,000. We would have probably received from them, maybe about 400 in total, maybe a little bit more than that. So that's where the decrease, is coming from in terms of the local receipts.
So our receipts really aren't down the 400,000 then, just because we did get some monies that we weren't anticipating at this point. It would be less than the 400,000.
Right, but we still have June to go, and they did just open, so we're hopeful. And the 400,000, as of when I prepared this, we had not received any money from them. So there was no way to anticipate what we would expect from them. That check came in, I believe, on Friday. I think it was Friday.
So
It could have been yesterday, actually.
I guess in following suit, because now we also have had the outdoor dining that has come to fruition, which has been a really good thing. We're having some indoor. So do you anticipate a full month from the restaurants, or how do you think that's gonna?
It's really hard to say. I mean, they will remit their sales tax, their meals tax. It's meals tax. They will remit their meals tax by the 20th of the following month. So then the meals tax goes to the state and gets processed, and then we get our share of it. So we probably won't know until August, I would assume, as to what the shortfall will have been for some of this period.
So how many other categories, give or take, will follow suit with that we really truly won't know until a month or 2 months
I think
after the end of our fiscal year?
I think the ones that you have in front of you are the ones that are most common in terms of receipts that fall into the following fiscal year. Now, they're able to accrue back because we're looking at making sure that we match revenues and expenses in the same period. So we will be able to accrue them back. They will be receivable at the end of June 30. But in order to estimate that information, it would be unfair to ask me to estimate it now when I really don't have a good, clear understanding of what they are doing in terms of business. I don't know that all of them opened. Clearly, there's a huge limitation on what they can do. You are correct. They did outside dining, and a lot of restaurants took advantage of the outside dining and have opened back up because they are also losing money on a regular basis with regard to their businesses. And so they wanted to open up and they wanted to do outside dining. Inside dining is opening as well. There's also a limitation on how many can be inside. One of the biggest areas in a lot of restaurants, and I don't own a restaurant, but in terms of what I do know is the bars, and bars are still going to be closed. And so the tax from the liquor is still going to be something that will be short in terms of the estimates going forward, so.
Yeah, fortunately, they've been able to extend their license outside, so at least people can have a cocktail with their meal or something along that line, which will help. In the snow removal aspect, we had a very, very mild winter. So I don't know what our numbers normally are, but we must have had some significant savings in overtime salaries, the parts and services, snow removal. How does that help our budget?
So snow removal is one of those expenses that is kind of unique. So in most communities, you don't necessarily budget snow removal as to what you truly anticipate the expenses are, because it's the one and only area that you can overspend the area without having to go to, any powers to be, so to speak, yourselves or anyone else to cover snow, right? Snow can be raised on the recap is what it's referred to. This particular year, you are right, we had a very mild winter, but if you look at, I believe, your March quarterly report, we overspent the small budget that we did have. So we will be, and I think that's in the appropriation order that you have in front of you. Yes, it is. So snow and ice is overspent by $201,000, so that will be in that transfer order. And the salaries, as it relates to snow removal, was underspent by $21,000. But both of those items are covered in that transfer order that's also in front of you this evening.
Okay. And my last question for now would be, we had certain, obviously the schools were closed, the courts were closed, the library was closed. The people who, what happened to the salaries? What happened to the people that worked, so we have people that worked in the library. Were they laid off? Were they furloughed? Did they collect? Were they paid? The same thing with crossing guards. And then we also have, in the police department, officers that are liaisons at the courthouse. So what type, did we see any type of savings or anything, again, that helped our budget with those items?
The majority of city employees were paid during the pandemic. A good amount of them came in. They didn't all come in full-time. Some of them rotated schedules, but they were all paid during the pandemic. The only group that you listed just now that I'm not sure of is the crossing guards.
Okay, thank you. With that, I yield
You
for
can
now.
get back to Counselor Dion on that. That'd be great. Thank you, Counselor. Great questions. Counselor in seat 5, Counselor Lee.
So, regarding the CARES Act, and this is just for, I recall the conversation you had that came up about one-time money, and I think the CARES Act was part of this conversation. I think you mentioned the CARES Act, and then it was kind of mentioned to you that this is, we're kind of depending on this, and we shouldn't be depending on this. And the thing about the CARES Act is, it's not exactly you depending on one-time money in this situation. This is sort of a recognition that we had an unforeseen circumstance come our way, and you're not exactly looking to run your entire operation budget on one-time money just because you're looking for the CARES Act right now, correct?
That's correct. And realistically, again, we don't know what Congress is going to do in terms of their ultimate decision, but I would assume if they do allow us to use it at all for lost revenue, they would be looking at, as Councilor Dion just indicated, each one of those line items
Yep.
and looking at what we would have collected in those 3 months and what we didn't collect. And that would be, assumedly, the maximum we would be able to use for lost revenue, if in fact they even allowed us to do that.
In regards to the FEMA reimbursement, 75% of the reimbursement, what right now would you say are qualified as COVID-related expenses? If it's a lot, just give me a couple of examples, and that's fine.
Overtime, police overtime, fire overtime, all the PPE stuff. So anything that the EMS department, and he's probably got the largest of the expense reimbursement coming his way, so to speak. So it would be anything in the ambulance. It actually covers the ambulance. It covers the lease payment. So those are the types of things that would be COVID related.
And do we have an idea of right now what would be a return if we were to at least get a figure at least?
I can speak with Mr. Aguirre from
Okay.
the police department. He's the one that's the fire department, he's the one that's doing the reimbursements. We're also, as I said earlier this evening, we're also working with all of the departments to move whatever expenses, because something as simple as sending out pay stubs to individuals is postage, and that qualifies as COVID-related because they're not able to come into the building. They had to work on a staggered shift. They couldn't get their pay stubs.
Now, for the council or anyone else involved in a situation, is there a guideline presented to you that would, at least so people can get an idea of what is and what isn't a COVID related expense?
It would generally be done through the fire department.
Okay.
And normally, Mr. Aguirre would be the point person with regard to any FEMA related. So if we had a hurricane, it would be his responsibility to monitor those expenses and submit them for reimbursement.
Okay, thank you on that. And I just, you had a little bit of an exchange with Councilor Kilby about Taunton, and I know that Councilor Kadim in the last meeting brought up Taunton as well, that they were able to pass a level funded budget. You, in turn, said that they had a lot of free cash to do so. Even with the free cash that they had, and I'm just confirming, did I hear 160 layoffs still?
Somebody knows the number. It's a number of pink slips.
But they didn't have
I do
layoffs, just pink
believe,
slips,
I
okay.
do believe a number of them, or the majority of them, were at the school department. Is that correct, Counselor?
It was just the school department at
Yeah.
160.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just was curious about that because
I
even though
believe they were school employees.
we still have some councils that very likely still want to see this go that direction. I just thought it's good to have some of the information from some of the examples of the other, places around us. So, with that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you,
Can I
Counselor.
interject since the question?
Sure, Counselor C3.
Most of us recall the massive layoffs that occurred in the school department over, under 10 years ago, and the number of pink slips that went out, and how many good young teachers we lost
Right.
in other communities. I know it's in their contract, and I know that, it has to be done to allow them to plan, to go, hope, to find, another system to work at, but it was, I won't rattle off the names, at the top of my head, I can think at least 10 solid educators that we lost to Dartmouth and other communities, because they was just sick and tired of going through the stress of getting things up every year.
That's why we're trying to avoid any of that if we can.
I yield.
Thank you. Counselor in seat 8, Counselor Pereira.
One of the things that you talked about, Mr. Sahadi, was at the cemetery department. And what I'd like to know, and I've never been able to find out, how much money is in the perpetual fund? And where has that money ever been utilized? That perpetual fund money seems to have been utilized for other things that perhaps weren't perpetual fund needs, like the foundation of a building that never got built.
I can certainly get back to you on
Yeah,
that. The one item I believe that came out of that fund since I've been here in this current position was the software to keep track of where each of the
Plots were,
plots were, yeah.
well,
But
I
you may
think
be
that
right.
happened when they buried people in the wrong plots. and then
I'm
they-
not aware of that,
Yeah,
Counselor.
and then they came up with a better system. I agree. It's important to know where your loved one is buried. When I look at, and you said no question or any idea is a bad idea. I mean, we've been talking about this all along, but, we have a lot of cars traveling through Fall River with out-of-state plates that have been here for years, and we're not getting excise tax on that. I know there's one on Gagnon Street, 2 cars, been there for about 8 years. They're not from here. 2 more on Underwood Street, not from here. We should be getting excise tax on all the cars that are in the city that people never have changed the registrations. We look at lighting for the parks. Why is it that I'm in the Azores and there are solar panels on every light on Ponte Delgado Boulevard. And it cuts the cost of electricity. That's on an island with less people than we have living in Fall River. Why is that not something that we would look into? The same thing with the water department or public works building, on top of, put solar panels on top of the filtration plant, the sewage treatment plant, you know, DPW garage. Why not stop renting properties, but looking at building buildings for ourselves, you know, instead of renting property on Seabury Street? Can't we put up a metal fab building? We've asked, we still haven't gotten a price on that.
I think, if I don't mean to interrupt you, but I
No.
believe Chris Gallagher is working on that. He's also looking at the possibility of purchasing, and I know this might be long-term, but doing a garage at, I believe it's the old Sam's building.
He's not gonna do a garage at the old Sam's building. You know what they want for the Sam's Club building?
I think
It's
it's,
owned by the Walmart company. I have somebody that was interested in it, millions of dollars, and they're not gonna sell that to the city. Trust me.
so then the opportunity to put up a metal building would have to be having the appropriate land, to put that building on. So I completely agree with you.
I just find that it gets a little bit frustrating. I mean, this is not something new to talk about. We've talked about the computer system in the city, having it online. It's less people in the building. You can pull a building permit, electrical permit. Other communities do it. What is wrong with our city not to be able to do that? And you can't put that on just one person to do. If there needs to be a committee set up to look at every single department, and the department should be looking at what they can do to save money. I mean, come on, Mr. Sahadi. Back in 1992, when I was first elected to the council, we went to a conference. Joe Doran, God rest his soul, I went with Joe. And we talked about parking meters that were a swipe card. We talked about parking meters that were a kiosk. Now they have parking meters that, like my Dunkin' Donuts app, I plug it in and I swipe it. Instead of having all these meters and then having two individuals walking up and down the street with metal cylinders to pick up quarters, nickels, and dimes. I think that is ludicrous. Let's move on. Now you're freeing up those two people to do something else. I just think that, you know, when we look at the budget and we say, oh, you know, we're spending money here, spending money there, I get it. And things go up. I understand that. But there needs to be a way to look at what each department can do. And maybe that's a task for the administration when you have your department head meetings. What can you do in your department to save money? I mean, really, lights in the park, put a solar panel. I mean, how much land does the water department have? How much land does the city have? When somebody doesn't pay their taxes and nothing gets done, you wait and wait and wait and wait until it's gotta go to court. Now, that house owes $157,000 in back taxes to the city. Now we're gonna go to court, spend money there, do whatever. Meanwhile, somebody's come in, robbed copper pipes out of there. You're never gonna get somebody to buy that for $157,000 and then remodel it. We've gotta be more on top of that. Put people on plans. If they're not doing it, move it. You know, we sold some of these school buildings and I see them sitting there doing nothing. When do those expire that they have to do something? I don't run my house like this, you know. I'm cautious on where I spend money, what my wants are, what my needs are. And I just think that if you're a department head, it's not just about, you know, bringing money in or raising fees or doing that. Tell me as a department head how you're trying to help the city, how you're being creative and innovative. And if that means that, you know, we put a committee together to go to department by department, I'm on board. I'm on board to do that. But when we're short money, it's always digging into the taxpayer's pocket rather than looking at innovative and creative ways to save some money. And I'm not even gonna get into a lengthy conversation, but I'm gonna say, we're sitting in these seats and sometimes tough decisions need to be made. We all know that, we all signed up for it. But boy, oh boy, we need to figure out something with trash. It's increasing because we don't have bags or whatever. We're getting more tonnage in from other communities. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to figure that out. With that, I just wish that there was more that we could do to look at ways of saving money and doing different things to save money.
So I agree with you, Counselor. And as I said, no idea is a bad idea. So a lot of what you just spoke about, we have been working with department heads on, and we have been trying to find innovative ways to save money. Some of those cost money to get started, and one is the parking meters. Mrs. Ferreira spent a great deal of time looking at changing those parking meters over to being able to use the app or to have a kiosk, and they're very expensive to do that. This council voted down a slight increase in the parking meter fees just a year ago or 2 years ago. In order to make payments on new equipment, we are going to need additional fees. And so there are a lot of things that we need to look at. You're 100% correct.
But there are some companies, Mrs. Sahadi, that come in and put up the equipment as long as you buy the swipe cards from them. Or if they get a percentage on, your app or something like that. There's other ways. And I think we need to look at all of those. And maybe that's a lot for one individual to do. But, we're working on that, and I can absolutely appreciate what you say. And when I first got here, you weren't here, it was Bob Connors, and they were working on that. I'm sick of hearing, we're working on it. That's why I say, if we need to put a committee together to look at these things, I'm willing to get on a committee. I'm willing to help with that. And I think there are colleagues here who would probably be willing to help do that too. But we've got to get things done where it's just cost saving to the general public. Our taxpayers are hurting. We're struggling here with a budget. Think about the people that were laid off, that had mortgages, that, the widow that's at home trying to pay all her bills. And I feel bad, maybe because I get a lot of calls from people in that situation. I do feel bad. Like, nobody should live in fear of where they're gonna get their next meal. And, I just look at, I'm not one to wanna increase a bunch of stuff. I know that sometimes we have to increase, I get that. But when I don't see us trying to figure out where we can do things to save money, then it's like, I can't vote to go to the taxpayer's pocket all the time. I just can't. On this budget, I agree with you, and I said it before, when we had the meeting 2 weeks ago. I agree with going with the July budget and then August until we get a better understanding of what the state and feds look like. With that, I yield. Thank you, Mrs. Sahadi, for putting this together. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor in seat 6, Counselor Peckham.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mrs. Sahadi, I know we've spoken. I just want to clarify publicly, with the appropriation in the 112th, we get it through July and August. No layoffs included in
No
that?
layoffs.
Okay.
Now, if the state comes back and doesn't level fund and makes some significant cuts, then we will definitely have to revisit each of the department budgets with the departments to see where we're really at.
Now, when you come, say we're not funded the way that you would like it to be, and you come back with an entire budget and you present it to the council, have there been talks of which departments would get hit first?
No, at this particular point, there really hasn't been. I think what this council needs to do together with the administration, and I certainly understand what Councilor Pereira has indicated, but there may be alternatives. I mean, just the parking meters alone, you were not on the council, Councilor Peckham, but we were looking to increase the parking meters slightly. It would have increased the budget, I believe, $300,000 in that particular year, and it got voted down. Those kinds of alternatives may be back in front of you. In terms of an either or, you know, if you're interested in maybe increasing some fees as opposed to layoffs, is that the better way to go? As I indicated earlier, we have a lean government here. We don't have a lot of positions in a lot of the departments that can be eliminated without eliminating services that we're currently providing to our residents.
All right, the reason I ask, I get phone calls, we've had discussions, public safety personnel. I've gotten quite a few phone calls from dispatch because they're getting, I don't know if it's false information, rumors, they go around. It was clarified to me that the rumor of them taking an 8% layoff, an 8% pay decrease or being laid off wasn't true. Is that?
That is not true. We did ask, or I guess I asked, and the mayor as well, because neither one of us were here when that occurred the last time. So we asked Mrs. Coelho exactly what happened in that particular year, the 8%, the layoff, which unions took it, which unions didn't, how many years it went on for, because you are correct. Back when the 9C cuts occurred, there were 8% cuts in some of the departments, but not necessarily all of the unions.
All right. I happened to be laid off in 09.
Oh, there you go. So you remember the exact situation.
I'm asking these questions because it seems public safety's always whacked. Teachers are. There are positions where a clerk has a clerk has a clerk. We're always cutting the boots on the ground. You know what I'm saying? I want to know, just on record, if there's an entire budget put forward and it's not financially conducive to what you would like to see, that the police, the fire, the EMS, dispatch, they're not hit. Like I mentioned to you earlier, we went through the seniority list, and without filling the 16, which is now 18 vacancies, we're down to about 141 patrolmen. You pointed that out to me yourself. We also just talked about Taunton. Taunton has 50,000 people for rough numbers now. We have about 100. Just for rough numbers. We're half the size. They have 120 patrolmen. We're going to go to 141. 50,000 more people. That's something that needs to be discussed, and I'm going to put it on record now. If an entire budget's put before me with any type of public safety cut, be it the police department, the fire department, EMS, EMA, dispatch, I'm going to vote against it every time. I just want to put that out there for the record.
Okay.
But I do appreciate what you put together tonight.
Thank
With
you.
that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other questions? Counselor in seat 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. First off, thank you for the presentation. I think, this is what I was looking for to begin some conversations. But just to stay at the 10,000 foot level, some of the slides that you had talked about the local budget being in limbo until the state and feds start acting on some money. So, this has always been my issue. I know this isn't going to be solved overnight, but here again, and I said this I think at the last meeting, that Fall River has always been with the handout, right? Not taking charge of its own destiny moving forward. I know there's a lot that goes into it. My question is, when do we stop planning for the future? How do we ensure that we're not in this position talking about 112 budgets or waiting for the state and the feds to make decisions in terms of revenue so that the city of Fall River can begin planning appropriately for budgets? And I think Councilor in seat 8 alluded to it. I mean, there are tough discussions that need to be had. And we say it all the time, but we don't act on it, right? Well, we just have to go to the last meeting where we shot down water and sewer, right? So we want to take and say that we're going to take and make tough decisions. But as counselors, and it's not just this council, it's councils in the past, have always taken the easy way out and not really made decisions that were financially prudent or were based on what was right for the city of Fall River. I, for one, and maybe, listen, I'll never get elected, but I say my piece, and I tell people how I feel. I don't want to be one that's managing perception. This is not what we're elected to do. I know we get elected for a constituency base by the voters to come in and do what's right. We are privy to information. We have to worry about 100,000 residents in the city of Fall River. That includes both residents and commercial base. So I think we need to start talking about some of these tough decisions and talking about how we're going to get to a point where we are sustainable in everything that we're doing. And I think Councilor Seat is right. We need to start looking at some of these creative ways, whether it's solar panels and new innovations that come in. The solar panels are only going to get us so much savings, right? I think we need to start talking and having conversations about how do we expand our tax base, right? Because I think a lot of the concerns that councilors have are raising fees and taxes and residents sharing a burden, and then you have businesses that are also sharing a burden. How do we expand the tax base from a residential standpoint and also from a commercial standpoint so that we're evening out and, I guess, minimizing the burden on each of those areas of concern that we have, either residential or commercial. So when do we and how do we begin to have those conversations and not just have them once a year every time the budget comes down, because this is when we have them, but how do we begin to create that strategic planning and begin that dialogue as council, as the administration, and how do we do it within the next couple of months?
I've certainly always had an open door policy. I think you know that. So certainly if you have any ideas or any of you have any ideas, and you're more than welcome to come in and we can talk about it. We can bring in the department heads that it would impact. Mr. Perry's here. He comes to a lot of the meetings. He's certainly able and willing to meet with you. We've talked about ways to save on trash. Have we been able to implement anything that has saved us any significant amount of money? No, we haven't. He's prepared at least some rough numbers with regard to if we don't pick up the commercial customers, what that would bring us and that number is not very significant because we're not picking up a lot of commercial, but it would certainly help. If we go to 6-family, that number gets a lot bigger. Do we want to go to 6-family? Do we want to talk about whether it's 6-family owner-occupied or 6-family non-owner-occupied? That data is not as easily obtainable. But certainly, I think every department head has had an open door policy with each and every one of you. And I, for one, would love to hear your ideas on areas or ways to save money, because at the end of the day, you're 100% correct. We rely significantly on state aid. And without an alternative revenue source, so meaning fees, because really, let's be fair here, an alternative revenue source, more likely than not, is going to be some kind of a fee. Then we're looking at bringing these departments or making these departments a little bit more efficiently. And unfortunately, Councilor Peckham, the two big departments are public safety, excluding school, because they've got the whole net school spending allocation, but you take some of these smaller departments within city government and there isn't enough of departmental expenses in any one of those departments to save any significant amount of money to make a significant change on the revenue sources. And certainly we can look at the property we have. We're looking at the pockets of property we have now to be able to potentially sell them to abutters, the abutter program. We have Attorney Matt Thomas working on that and getting that, but a lot of this takes time.
Mrs. Sahadi, if I may, just kind of speak to Councilor Kadim's direct question. I think and I acknowledge your efforts, but I think the question is expanding government in a way that we can expand our tax base. And I know Councilor Kadim and other councilors have had some comments on specific departments, evaluations, performance audits when it comes to our police department, our fire departments, seeing if there's some cost savings and some different management practices that we've experienced. I mean, comp time is another thing that needs to really be taken into control, which I understand is collective bargaining driven. But I appreciate the question, but expanding government and not having necessary fees is one conversation, but another conversation is to see how we can properly run departments, and having performance audits for each and every single one of them, I think, is something that needs to be considered as well. So,
Can I have a point of information, Mr. President?
Counselor in seat 6.
Before we go too far, you mentioned that the police department and the fire department are two of our larger departments. Unfortunately, we're running, and the fire chief may be able to speak to this more accurately, but to my understanding, we're running minimum manpower, minimum state manpower on the fire trucks.
You are.
We're only manning the fire trucks appropriately in the far north end and the far south end, so we're way below staffing levels for the fire department. It's great that they're two of our larger departments, but look at the police department. I just gave you a number, 100, and we're going to go down to 141 in patrolmen, just as many as Taunton's, a city half the size. So I just want to clarify that even although they're considered two of the larger departments,
No, I certainly understand.
they're
and
running
that's
nowhere. It's,
exactly.
with no pun intended, if we hit these public safety agencies any harder than what they're hit now, the cities, we're in trouble. You know?
I
Thank you.
I don't
The
necessarily
safety of the
disagree
city
with
is
you.
definitely
Right.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor in seat 1, you have the floor.
I was just getting in my groove, got thrown off.
Sorry.
Um,
I cut him off first.
yeah, no. So I guess I'll try to get my.
I
listen,
apologize.
I've got ADD, right? So the minute I see a squirrel, I'm already looking the other way. So it's tough, right? So my point, and I know you say that you welcome, and that department heads welcome. I got to be honest. You may welcome it. There are department heads that do not welcome it. And it's frustrating. And number one, I'm on the administration side, so I understand. I try not to micromanage. I try to go through the proper chain of command. You know, going through council president to the mayor, working with individuals so that I'm not overwhelming and overburdening the department heads that are working. But I will tell you that there's a number of items that we have discussed, and council president just kind of alluded to it. One of the concerns that was brought up was comp time, right? $3 million. We've had conversations about those, and there's still nothing being done or said or even planned about, right? We've got $3 million in unfunded comp time. We've got Group 7 for the police department, and Group 7's and we talked about this, so I know I'm repeating myself, but
That's okay.
Group 7, which is the administrative schedule for the police department, they get additional days. We've got comp time, which is currently unlimited. We've got admin comp time, which is not cashable. We've got vacation, then we've got vacation banks. We've got holidays. We've got sick incentives. We've got unlimited sick time. The conversation is that there's a lot of unfunded liabilities that are being pushed forth, and we have said, or at least I've said, that I've got significant concern with regards to the comp time throughout the entire city. I've asked to see what the accumulation is. We just saw the police chief's contract, $150,000 buyout. That's absolutely insane. The fact that there is no ceiling in terms of comp time, or we're not even addressing that, and folks don't want to hear that. We start talking about SROs and what the SROs are doing. Counselor in seat 4 sends out an email, and we get pushed back. Did I do that right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Counselor, it's been a little while. We've been in Zoom. So Counselor in seat 4 sends out an email, and there's already grumblings behind the scenes. Everybody knows it. Why is Counselor in seat 4, or why is the council asking this? And because nobody wants to see the culture change, because they've been benefiting for something that has been a burden to the city. And we as elected officials will say things, and shame on me for when I ask for information, and I never, still waiting on trash documentation, still waiting to get a list on the comp time, and we just push these things along and along and along, and nothing gets addressed. So that's just my concern, is just as a group and as a collective body, how do we stop and how do we correct this situation, especially given the fact that we're in a 1/12 budget, right? We're talking about a 1/12 budget. We're not talking about where this is going to come from. We're not talking about any additional fees because we're afraid to add fees. The pay-as-you-throw program, it wasn't politically expedient. So we got rid of that. We lost revenue there. And all we keep on doing is losing revenue. And again, as I mentioned when we were upstairs at the meeting with the briefing with the mayor, it's like we throw the credit card on the table and we want all these items, right? And that's the most frustrating thing, especially as an administrator, when you've got elected officials that want to throw a card on the table and say, go buy, go buy, go buy. But when it's time to pay, we're not paying, right? And there are things that we need to change. There's lean budgets and things of this nature. But there are systemic problems that need to be addressed that can only be done from the administration. At this council, quite frankly, I think has to take a stand on things, and I think we need to start taking stands that may not be politically expedient to unions. And listen, I don't typically get endorsed by unions, nor do I really look to get endorsed by unions. I will support our employees and those employees that go above and beyond to work, right? But at the end of the day, especially in negotiations, it's got to be fair for both sides, right? The best part of negotiations are when both sides leave the table saying that negotiations weren't good, right? That's when you get a win-win, okay? I just think that we need to start having these conversations. We need to start talking about how we are not reliant on the state and federal government. And the only way to do that is to stop managing the city and our employees and changing a culture that has been allowed to take place before you got here, before we got here. It's just something that has been systemic for a long time. We need to make sure that we've got the right leaders in place, which is what I've been pushing, to make sure that we've got leaders that are leading our departments and are going to start making changes and bucking the system. This comp time alone is concerning. We talked about performance audits. I mean, you want to talk about what, Councilor in seat 8 again was making recommendations, but you get companies to come in, and we've had a conversation. The city of Oakland, they just did a performance audit for their police department. In particular, I think it was overtime and comp time. They're communities. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. All we need to do is, as a council, say that if we want to try to streamline, find more efficient ways to deliver the services that we're doing, and try to find some cost savings, to your point, there's going to be some upfront seed money that's needed. So we need to invest in our city and in our departments and in areas to provide the resources to ensure that we can really bring back some of the true savings and benefits to the taxpayers, and that's the only way that's going to work. So I would urge, the mayor came in, he had a number of individuals in his transition team, a counselor a candidate for the city council, I think did an op-ed piece in the Herald News a couple of weeks back, and I agree with him. It was Mr. Malacone. He basically said, hey, listen, we heard about this transition team. We had a number of individuals. We haven't seen one report. And I would agree with that. And it's not to say that the reports that would come out, I would agree with all of them, but I'm just curious to see what the recommendations are. We haven't seen the recommendations, none of us. So there may be some legitimate recommendations that could be executed by this council in a day, 2 days, 2 meetings, 3 meetings. We haven't seen it. I just want to get back, and again, to your point, not criticizing, trying to, bring some added value in a partnership to what I think has been lacking for some time. And my concern, again, is, when we send up a budget to the administration asking by 8/1 to see a level funded budget, it just gets ignored, right? So we've had that conversations. I think at the end of the day, I will support the 1/12 because you folks have asked me to support this, to give you folks the opportunity to move forward. I will say that I want to, moving forward, I want to be able to see that we're not just sitting around, that we're actually planning on, implementing and seeing where these cuts are coming from, so that, as counselors start to vote on some of these stuff, before we get to this point where we have a full budget to review and vote on, that we know where some of these cuts are coming from, so that we can already have some input into the process to make it a little bit easier. So when we do get to the August or September timeframe, we're ready to roll, right? We're ready to make these cuts. And I think some of the cuts are going to require some efforts from some of the unions. And I think those conversations need to be had, as I mentioned before, earlier than later, right? So the lines of communication need to be open with regards to that. So that's just one statement. And I guess I throw it to Council President, to really poll the council and see what we want to see in terms of some initiatives, whether it's a trash, whether it's, solar panels. I know we have subcommittees. I know we meet a lot, but a task force, a legitimate task force between the city council and the administration, where they can work together, and not necessarily ones that need to be open meeting or anything like that. So, maybe 1 or 2 councilors, so it's not violating the open meeting law, but just have them get into, so a couple of meetings with the administration and just close the door and hash it out and try to figure out and brainstorm what we can do. But, it's when we start questioning, trash, like, the ordinance says one thing, and we haven't addressed it. We've talked about it for months, and it still hasn't been addressed. That's a savings, right? We should be having those conversations now. We should be saying, yes, you know what? That we've rolled back You know, and I think for one that this council has been very supportive of this administration, has been trying to work with the administration, in fact trying to say, hey, listen, let us both own this budget, as opposed to anytime you get into 9C cuts, it's always the administration's budget. It's never the council, right? So I, for one, have been saying, come out early, communicate, especially the fact that we've got 3 new councilors, communicate where we stand, give us a financial picture, and we'll own it together and make the tough decisions so that you're not the only one, you know, holding and shouldering the burden for all these cuts or changes that need to be made.
Counselor, just not to interrupt you, but, you know, I certainly appreciate all of that, and I like the idea for this council to provide the administration with some initiatives that they'd like to see happen, because we are only one person. I'm only one person at this time, as you know. The mayor is new, and so we welcome any ideas that you might have in terms of restructuring it. We have had some conversations, as you know, we've had some turnover in personnel. We have certainly had some conversations. I met with Police Chief Cardoza just last week with his team to discuss some of this in terms of restructuring the police department and making some of those areas more efficient that he believes are inefficient. But some of that requires union negotiations, as you certainly know. And that union contract is an open one, so there may be some opportunity there. But without a lot of money on the table, you know what normally happens with union negotiations when there's the give and take. But we certainly can try, and any ideas that any of you have would certainly be welcomed.
And I know Senator Roderick's statement, it's better to be, you know, conservative than destructive. I don't think that there's any one individual on this council that is looking to be destructive, right? So from my standpoint, I'm just going to reiterate what I've been saying. I think it's easier to start addressing it when going down that road, right? So it's level funding. Like we've been saying it's going to be level funding. So we should be prepared and know exactly where our cuts are for level funding, right? So I think those conversations should have been had earlier, so not to just kind of rehash that. But in terms of, so if we do this 1/12 budget, we'll be looking for July. We'll be looking for potentially August. So the Senate and House are saying that hopefully mid-July they may come to that. In the meantime, you made a statement that there are no layoffs. So are you saying there are no layoffs if there is a level funded budget? Is that what you're saying? Or
No.
just no layoffs in the 1/12 or continuing appropriation budget?
At this particular point, that I don't believe, and again, we would need to look at really the public safety needs, because as you know, there's a number of vacant positions. Can they push off the academies to later into the spring, or at least into the Christmas time frame? Those are questions that we would have to have with the new chief, Chief Cardoza, that were agreed upon, if you will, with the prior chief. That has been common practice over the last number of years. If you look at a number of your budgets, you'll notice that any of the public safety positions that have been vacant have been anticipated to be filled over time, primarily because it's been always represented to me that getting new people into the academy is not the easiest task. And so rather than populating the budget with all of these vacant positions that ultimately will be a surplus in that particular department, the administration over the last number of years has pushed it off. So if that process continues into this fiscal year, then we're not laying off people, but in fact not necessarily hiring people initially in July or August or September even, because right now, July or August, with the exception of the few individuals that Chief Cardoza is putting into the academy, there'll be no other hires.
So has the conversation been had with the chiefs in terms of, and I know the fire department, I think it was 190, so that number may not have changed, because when we were talking about, you know, the safer reductions and where we wanted to be in terms of staffing, if money wasn't an issue, what made sense, and I think at the time it was 190. And I believe in talking to Jay Burns, who's the union president, I thought we were down 13 firefighters, not 4. So if you can just clarify that.
I will clarify that.
5,
5, okay, there you
15, 15?
15. So that
So
would
we-
have been very recent, because
Yeah.
again, when Stacy Maderas prepared this back in February, really, February, March timeframe, those positions would have been filled. So you'll see names in
Yeah.
in the budget as you have them presented. So they may be vacant now, but their positions are still in the budget.
Right.
It's just a name that doesn't exist any longer.
So I guess that's my concern is, and it's to go along with Council Peckham is, you know, I won't go as far as say that I'm not going to support a budget that has cuts to public safety, right? So, because I need to know everything on the table first in order to make that decision, because if that's the only way that we can have a balanced budget, then unfortunately that's the way we got to go. But I'd be very, very reluctant to support a budget that does not adequately fund, you know, the fire department and the police department. And I think, you know, as I was saying, the fire department is 190. If we're down 15 firefighters, you know, obviously, my question is what's the impact, right? And what's the additional cost in terms of overtime? What do we have for burnout in terms of, you know, obviously having the overtime, forced shifts, things of that nature with the 24s going on. When we get to the police, I mean, it's, you know, the number of 14 positions not being filled currently, you know, we really haven't talked on the police side as to what's our benchmark, right? What's the minimum that we want to see in order to make sure that the services that we're expecting from the police department to ensure that the public safety is being maintained at all levels, you know, and that means not only crime, but the quality of life, right? So I think as a city council, as one councilor, I want to start talking about that. You know, when we start talking about public safety, and I think maybe this is for the public safety subcommittee, I think we need to, in terms of policing, start talking about what are we doing in terms of, you know, our strategy, especially that since we have a new police chief, what are we doing in terms of policing, right? Because there's policing and then there's, you know, quality of life issues, and sometimes, you know, your police department doesn't have enough manpower to deal with the quality of life issues. We just heard fireworks, okay? Now, we're down 14 people. We've got 10, you know, men to 10 officers to a sector for a 12-sector shift. You know, from my standpoint, are they overlapping? What are they doing? How many calls? How much downtime do we truly have? Are the guys going, and I keep saying guys, and I don't mean guys because, you know, the officers, are they going 24, you know, round the clock, just nonstop on all these calls and not getting a break and being able to write reports or do what they need to do? Those are concerns for me. You know, as a council and with the administration, we should be talking about what our expectations are from policing. You know, Council LeBeau, when she was on the neighborhood, was the president of one of the neighborhood groups, and I was the administrator. You know, she invited me to one of her meetings to talk about what they wanted to see for staffing, and that was a 12-man car with Chief Racine, and what we're talking about in 2010, we're still in with 10 officers, right? And so, you know, those are conversations that we need to have, and we need to talk about that, and we need to be committed to it, right? So we need to stop, when we're looking at these budgets, to Councilor Peckham's point, is that if we're saying that there's a benchmark of 140 officers, 150 officers, or we want 12-man cruisers, then that's it. Then we need to say this is the expectation. We're not accepting anything less than 12-man cruisers. And if the police department cannot present a budget to us that includes 12-man cruisers, then they need to go back to the drawing board. And it's going to be something, and we all have to, as a group, a collective body, put our foot down. And if the administration comes down with a budget that does not include what our target benchmarks are for all the departments, we're going to say we're not going to support it. Now, if you folks come back down and tell us, okay, this is what you want, this is what it means. That means we have to reallocate, you know, resources here. That means cuts in other departments, or it means that we've got to generate other revenues, and this is what we need to do, right? Those are conversations that I think that need to happen before June, right? They need to truly be happening year-round in terms of just kind of working where we want to see, because we are going to have cuts. And if it's not in police, if it's not in fire, if it's not in EMS, then we're talking about clerical staff,
And you know,
right? And department heads.
Right.
So, you know, clerical staff, one of the most underpaid employees that we have. You know, if they're at $35,000, you know, that's probably a high salary, probably like a top step salary. What are we laying off every clerical position that we have in City Hall? Right? I mean, you've got 200 people, because you're not going to make up what you need to make up if you've got a budget gap of $13 million, right? So you start looking at some of these departments, and this is the reality of the situation. Some of these departments, I keep going back to the parks department, right? I mean, we allocate roughly $2,000 for each park that we have. It's a shame, right? And, you know, Councilor Kilby talked about how well they look, right? So can you imagine if our parks, and our residents deserve it. Our residents deserve to be in the parks and be able to utilize the parks that we have. Kennedy Park, North Park. I mean, you drive by North Park looks horrendous, especially at the top, the bottom, the middle. Like, it's horrendous. You know, our streets look terrible. And it is a statement to everybody that drives through our city that the streets look horrendous. I mean, I've never seen streets in any other community look the way that they do, and we sit here and all we do is talk about it. There are no actions, you know, and when we talk about partnership, and I know I'm getting off a little bit, but this is all financial. I sent an email and I had a conversation with you know, President Ponte. I was told President Ave was going to be, you know, paved curb to curb. I called him again. I said, it's not. I'm telling you. I've driven by it. I look at it. I see how they're prepping it. It's not going to be paved curb to curb. He reassured me it was going to be paved curb to curb. And then the only result I get is, well, you know, I was told, and the mayor called me. To his credit, he called me and he was up front. He said, I was told something completely different. But the problem is we blame the guy that was out the door, right? So what do we do at that point, right? J.R. Fry's not here anymore. So where do we go? You know, and this is the type of stuff that's frustrates me. And when I get to these meetings and when we start talking about it, why is Sean so animated? Why is he, you know, not willing to work? Is because I try to offer up things. I want to see the change. And every step of the way, it's like we talk about things, but we don't ever have any, you know, anything that's really accomplished, you know, anything valuable, anything tangible that we can actually touch and point to and say, hey, listen, this has changed, right? It doesn't happen. So that's my frustration, but I am going to give you the benefit of the doubt for the 112th budget. And again, I just hope between, you know, from this point to mid-July that we're working on these cuts, we're having conversations with these counselors. I think it's unfair as I mentioned before, for the 3 new counselors to go through a situation like this, a budget situation. You know, usually we are prepped, you know, at least one meeting as the budget is being put in to say, hey, this is what we're looking, potentially something midstream as to when you're getting close, and then definitely another conversation right before the budget's being submitted down to us so that we know what's going, so we have an expectation. We haven't gotten it this year, and I understand COVID-19 and the pandemic was a little different, but just in terms of receipts, you talked about local receipts. You're at a level funded. You're anticipating $747,000, so $750,000, just rounded up. A reduction in local receipts. Is that just meals tax and parking fines?
It's meals tax, parking, and some cannabis.
And some cannabis.
Yes.
Okay.
I can get you the actual analysis on that. I didn't bring that down with me this evening.
In terms of the building permits, things of that nature, everything's still going with those fees and.
Mr. Hathaway has indicated that he has not seen necessarily a decrease in the building permits.
Okay. In terms of the schools, we haven't really talked about the schools, so the net school spending, we talked about it up in the meeting that we just had. So you folks are currently stating that you're going to do 100% of net school spending, but we
Right.
obviously have.
So again, going back to March when we're initially putting this together, Mr. Almeida presents their budget, maybe even a little bit earlier than that, to the school committee. And at that time, he includes what he believes to be 100% of net school spending, which includes the component of health insurance. That information is then utilized by the city to also look at 100%. Now, if you remember, if you go back in time to when they first had their meetings, they were looking at a little bit over 1%. We generally drill it back to 1% until we are looking at our budget. The big elephant in the room is health insurance at this particular point. So, yes, it was intended to be at 100%. I think we're going to continue to intend it to be at 100%. But again, we utilize, they're called Gallagher now, not GBS, Diane LaFlash. I mean, she's given their estimates back early spring. We had a follow-up conversation with her in the May timeframe, I believe it was. Another one of those items with COVID-19, we can't truly estimate health insurance like they were able to estimate it in prior years. And even then, it's never 100% accurate. So we'll see.
But that's where I was going. So in terms of the net school spending, so we were short roughly 900,000 or 800,000, I forget the exact numbers, with the initial budgeting of healthcare, right? So obviously there's going to be an additional shortfall because with the pandemic coming on, the use of obviously insurance was reduced. So those numbers are going to be reduced. There's a savings obviously in the healthcare trust fund, but that translates to not meeting net school spending.
That's correct. And so by
so-
the time that end of the year report gets filed, there'll be additional monies due to the school department for net school spending. Now, I will tell you that there are communities within the state of Massachusetts that are being supported, or MMA is supporting with regard to a potential waiver on net school spending. I don't know that that's going anywhere at this particular point. I have seen the letter, so I know it exists, that MMA has written. But what MMA is trying to promote to the governor is, let's look at net school spending, and anything that's short as it relates to health care for fiscal 20 becomes a waiver. Now, whether that will occur, who knows?
And
But
when
I
you say a
know
waiver,
that-
are you saying just completely write it off for the year or just
Yes,
a carryover?
so let's just say net school spending is short, I don't know, we'll pick a number, $2 million, but the $2 million was 100% health insurance, that would be waived.
Okay.
That's the approach that MMA is taking. As I indicated, the letter is drafted. I don't know at this particular point where it's at, but I know that it's definitely a concern of a number of communities that utilize self-insurance that have health care as the component or one of the components to net school spending.
So if assuming, let's just for argument's sake now that we're going to assume that you're not going to get the waiver for that. And just let's say we're at 2 million because we're about $1 million, and just say another $1 million because of the pandemic, right? So 2 million, are you if you roll that over to next fiscal year, and you go to, assuming that you would go to 100%, so that means you have to make up $2 million next year.
That's correct.
What are you doing with the insurance? Because now you've also got a reduction in insurance, so you're not charging off insurance.
So at the moment and through the end of this fiscal year, I think it's only prudent to put it into the employer trust fund. And so that's what we've done. We make monthly payments into the trust fund. So we've continued to make all of the monthly payments into the trust fund, even though, as you would figure, that the trust fund's fund balance or cash balance has been increasing because the health insurance costs haven't been there. So that would be one place that we could look to cover the deficit if that particular fund has the surpluses that we're expecting. Now, the other thing that we want to keep in mind, right, is that we're 2 months in the arrears. So we're all assuming, based on the fact that nothing's been open, that that's going to be the case. But until we see the next two bills, we can't confirm that, and that's part of the reason why, the end of the year report's not due until into the fall, and then he's going to represent, meaning Mr. Almeida is going to represent the actual, because we'll know what the actual is there in terms of health insurance. So we'll know within the next few months, couple months, where net school spending really falls and how much of that is as a result of the savings that occurred in health insurance costs, both on the city side and on the school side.
And so, and I appreciate that. So is there ongoing dialogue between you and the school administration in terms of what the expectation would be at a level funding? Just for planning purposes. So are they, because the largest, we're about $13 million, but like 90% of that's coming from, and I didn't do the math just looking at it, but 90% is coming from Chapter 70, right? So are they prepared, or have they looked at or begun having at least internal conversations on their side to, I guess, absorb at least the Chapter 70 cuts, assuming that, we can still kind of get close to a net school spending number, but it may not be necessarily where their budget numbers or what they plan on voting for a budget number.
Exactly. We have had at least one meeting with Superintendent Malone, Mr. Pacheco, and Mr. Almeida. Now, admittedly, the conversation started to go off track, if you will, with regard to the subject matter that you just mentioned, which is where are we at, because we've got so many unknowns in terms of whether there'll be distance learning, whether there'll be transportation needs that will be mandated that we will not be able to cover with any excess monies. So, you know, are they going to then do, at one point, they were talking about an A and a B class. 1 week it's 2 days and next week it's 3. We talked about 1 week, one group, another week, another group. As I indicated earlier, unfortunately, CDA is going to be able to cover some of the COVID costs, but even just the cost of the masks were significant, because Mr. Pacheco is indicating every kid will have to have one coming in. If they lose it, they'll have to have extras. So there's so many unknowns right now with regard to what education's going to look like come the fall.
Yeah. So just, I guess the statement in question, it's more of a statement, but I'll form it in a question, that we're at level funded potentially looking at roughly $13 million, right, of a reduction. Plus roughly, and we don't know the exact numbers, but $2 million for any shortfall in net school spending to be carried over, right? So from FY20 to 21. So if we meet, just assuming that we're going to meet 100% of net school spending, we've got $2 million additional dollars that we would have to give them. We have that in the healthcare fund, but we may not necessarily be able to afford giving that money because it might have to offset maybe the increase associated with healthcare for this year, or whatever the case may be, or other reductions that may need to take place. So we're really truly looking at close to almost $15 million worth of shortfall in net school spending, unless there's some additional monies or there's a waiver.
Well, I'm looking at, in terms of the shortfall in this fiscal year, I believe we're looking at, as you just indicated, potentially $2 million, maybe a little bit more. The cut in education, the level funded, will be the effect on FY21, and in effect, it will directly affect the monies that they were anticipating for the Student Opportunity Act and their new programs that they were going to implement, and potentially new staffing. Those questions really need to go to Superintendent Malone, but realistically, the majority of that will affect the school department's budgets.
Right, no, and I get that, but the additional, so with the net school spending, we've got an additional $2 million that you have to give them, because there's no way to give it to them now and have them spend it. So you'd have to give them money if we're saying that we're going to go to 100% and make up the shortfall in net school spending.
Right.
Right. Okay.
Right.
I guess my last question, because we talked about a lot of these questions that I had, just in terms of, there was one slide here that you said fire and is still looking to do a combination of fire and EMS. Can you just talk a little bit about exactly how that's being done, what's being done, and I guess what I think it was it listed as a savings on the?
No, I think it was just as, some of the items that we're working on. Unfortunately, Counselor, that conversation really has to be had with the fire chief and with the director of EMS, as well as maybe the HR director. I really wasn't part of those conversations in the prior administration, but they go to combining the two departments and having a savings with regard to the paramedics and the firefighters.
Right, and I know
that's just big picture broad. I'm not familiar
and I know
with the
there are
details.
Smaller communities have their firefighters are the paramedics, so they're one and the same. So I was just curious, because we've got two union groups, how we were going to implement that, how that conversation was looking, at least from, and I know we've got to get to the table with the unions, but what the concept behind that was, and where's the saving and the benefit for this. So are we reducing staffing or maintaining staffing levels?
Unfortunately, I wasn't part of
No,
any
that's
of that
fine.
initially.
I just
so
saw it. I
can't-
just saw it on the slide, so I
Right,
just wanted to ask that
right.
question.
No, unfortunately, I can't
Okay.
answer that.
With that, I yield.
Thank you, Counselor. There's been a couple of discussions had by both Council in seat 1 and 8 with respect to perhaps establishing a committee of sorts for oversight or a task force. I will remind the council that when Council in seat 1 was council president and Council in seat 8 was vice president, my first 2 years on the council, there was a subcommittee of the city council called Budget Prep and Audit. We had abolished that a couple of years ago, and if it's the will of the council to reestablish that committee, that's something that we could do. I'd be happy to present such resolution, or we could do something along the lines of establish a oversight committee similar to the Streetscapes project, where we have 2 city councilors appointed by the council president, 2 by the mayor, and maybe the CFO, to go through each department and find out what their needs are, what their essentials are, and kind of break that down. So if a councilor wants to do that, if not, I'll be happy to submit a resolution at the next meeting to get it to the ordinance committee for it. So it's up for discussion as well. Next councilor asked to speak, councilor in seat 7, Councilor Pelletier.
Oh, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Perry.
I think you lost him.
He left, that's okay, but it's so cold here tonight, I need mittens. I don't know if anybody else is cold. I should have brought my mittens and my
It's comfortable.
sweater.
It's comfortable.
And there's Brad in his short shorts. But that's besides the point.
The only one who's
Excuse me? That unfunded pension liability of 31 million, is that taken out of the budget?
That's the annual appropriation
Yeah.
to the retirement board. It includes both unfunded and current costs. So annually, the number changes by about 6% annually, but we have an amortization schedule to pay the retirement board to fully fund our retirement system. And in the fiscal 21 budget, it's $31 million.
31 million out of the budget? And next year it'd be what?
Slightly more.
Slightly more. And then you got insurance, 40 million. What's left? I mean, you hear all my colleagues,
The
They
fixed
wanna
costs
keep-
within the budget are significant.
what is it?
The fixed costs within the budget are significant.
You know, I don't wanna lay off any firemen, policemen, and all the vacancies, are they gonna be filled on both departments?
Not likely.
Not likely.
No.
And does that constitute a shortage of men in either one, the fire and police?
Well, I think we need to speak with both chiefs and talk about restructuring both departments so that there's no loss of patrol in particular on the streets or firemen in the stations.
You know, what's concerning a lot to me is the school department and the transportation. I mean, you talk about you're gonna only put 10 people or 10 kids in a bus, then what happens? Who's gonna pick up the tab on that? Is it them? Is it the state, or is it us on the council side?
Well, at this particular point, I'm not aware of any state aid to cover the cost for transportation, so it would be a municipal expense. I think more likely than not, there would have to be discussions on the school side as to how they conduct classroom and learning for the next fiscal year. I don't have any children, so I haven't been involved in any of those discussions, so I can't answer you what other communities are doing or what is being planned, but I know that they meet on a regular basis with the superintendent and the administrative staff at the school department to talk about and discuss what options are available out there with regard to what school's going to look like this coming fall.
If I may, they may
Well-
go staggered.
So there's been some
Half days,
talk
half
about
days.
that. I think they went away from the half days because that would double the cost of transportation.
Council President, has
But
got the
I
floor.
believe-
Yes, you do,
Interrupt
Counselor.
anytime he wants.
Counselor in seat 7, you have the floor. yes.
Sorry.
You know?
Rocking chair.
Yep, you have the floor, Counselor. You can proceed with your questions.
You know, I'm not home on my rocking chair right now, you know? Yeah. Well, I see, are we paying the transportation on our side?
We are.
We are. What did we pay last year? 10 million? Oh, rough. You know me, rough.
I believe the budget was 11 million, you're
11
correct.
million.
But please don't hold me to that until
Yeah, it's
I
okay, you'll
find it
But
somewhere.
now, here we go. I mean, we have a responsibility to make sure our kids go to school, make sure that they learn things. And here we are trying to save a penny here and a penny there as best as we can, and trying to get monies to pay these bills. And if we're gonna add transportation, 10 million or 11 million now, I can only see that it going up maybe 3-4 million, and it's gonna be on our side. So where do we go with that? I mean, we can all sit here and say we don't wanna raise water or storage or the 2.5 every year and everything else. We just can't keep up to everything that's going on without a fee increase. And we could have come up with better ideas. We're not gonna let the kids stay home and learn in front of the internet or whatever they got. But it's concerning to me where all this money is gonna come from. And what do you figure the money's coming from? It's gonna be on our side again? How much money?
The transportation, as you know, it has always been something that has been negotiated. It's contracts that you as a council approve, they go out for bid. There was one period of time when it was a 1-year contract, but they're generally 5-year contracts. At the moment, the budget is 10.9 million, so the $11 million is basically correct. And there's no anticipation that that is going to be any more than 10.9 million. I believe the school department will need to look at education and how it's going to be delivered to the children, and utilize whatever decisions that they make with the cost of transportation in mind.
Well,
I mean,
it's
that's all I can truly tell you about it at this point. You're right, there's no way for us to fund transportation with 22 million. So being able to double up the number of buses is just not even an option.
Well, the superintendent better come up with some good ideas as well, because these kids are not gonna go to school. Tell me, that new school that they built, Durfee, have they got solar panels on the roof?
I believe the school is going to have solar panels.
Well, that's good, a step in the right direction. And, you talk about the garage, my colleague here, and the money we spend on rent and everything that we do, and absolutely right. I mean, we should go out and put that building up, and if we can not rent or lease property, it'd be a savings to us if we can find a place for everything that's gonna be done. I'm gonna talk about the water and sewage, is that all right, Mr. President?
Councilor,
Or you want me to wait?
we'll do it at the next item, and I'll recognize you first.
Okay, and like I said, that's a big concern to me too. But the biggest thing is, people don't realize the job that we have to do out there. They just think about, I don't wanna pay this extra, I don't wanna pay this extra, I don't wanna. But when they pick up the phone and call the fire department, or call the EMS, you need transportation to the hospital, there's something wrong with my water, my sewer, whatever the case may be, we're there. And the only reason why we're there is because we can fund everything in the services that they get. But we get the kickback a lot that, you're raising taxes again, you're raising this, you're raising that. Well, you gotta do it. It's our responsibility to make sure we have every services that they can get and the city is safe, and that's our job. And to say that we won't fund it, because whatever case you want, I mean, you have to fund it if you want the services. And that's the toughest part about this job, is saying, hey, listen, we're gonna have to go up because you need this and you need that. And, you know, like Mr. Kadim says, to me, the same thing. It doesn't make a difference to me whether I don't give a vote because of votes. I do it for the people and the safety of the people of Fall River. It doesn't make a difference if they vote for me or don't vote for me. I think I do the job the way it's supposed to be, and you like it, okay, you don't like it, that's okay too. Because after the 33 years, maybe it's time for me to go, I don't know. But, you know, I like what I'm doing, and the people are gonna understand what is going on. And let me tell you, it's been tough in Fall River with the pandemic and everything else that's going on. And it's a struggle for everybody. And, you know, and you know, got a lot of people that, like all my girls here, that work 5 days a week, and everybody that came in the city hall working 2 days or 3 days, whatever the case may be. And, you know, and they never complain. I didn't get no complaints. But they come in and they've done what they had to do. And if they had 2 days off, they were happy. They had 5 days off, they were glad. You know, so I gotta say kudos to them for coming in and doing what they had to do. And everybody else, the clerks that come in, and, you know, it's good, it's good. And I didn't hear too many complaints out of City Hall. A couple other places, well, they, oh, you know, they got the week off and I don't get this, and I go, oh, geez, please, leave me alone, you know what I mean? Some of these people had 9 weeks off, like my wife. Thank God she's back to work. It drive me nuts, you know? So that's a good thing, you know? And I think you should give us some overtime. That'd be a good thing too, you know? My wife's gonna kill me, that's it. With that, I'll talk about the water after, and I yield. And I like the presentation that you put up.
Thank you.
A good job.
Thank you.
I know you're doing 2 jobs?
I'm,
One?
yeah,
She's a
I
CFO.
like 2.
I'm working for
well.
the city as hard as I can.
Yeah, kudos to
Ooh,
you.
good
as
answer.
well. And with that, I'm gonna yield for now, thank you.
Counselor in seat 4, Council Vice President LeBeau.
Thank you. Mrs. Sahadi, I just have a couple questions on the presentation. On page 21, on the vacant positions, did you say that number from the fire department was back from February?
The number of individuals, yes, February or March. Normally, we work with each of the departments and generally have the budget pretty much, ready for delivery late March, so it would have been around that time frame.
So is that the same for all of these positions?
Yes, most of them are still got the same number outstanding, but I would have to check with Mrs. Coelho as to the exact number in each of the divisions.
Can you just verify for us and send that to us on exactly how many are
Sure.
vacant as of this time in each of these departments? I also had a conversation with Jason Burns today, and we had budgeted for 195, and he thought as of today we were at 182. I thought the chief might have said 15 or 13, chief.
13 right now, with 2 expected after the 31st.
For retirements?
15, but currently 13.
Thank you. So if we could just get an update on each of these, it would be a better picture.
I can certainly do that. What I can also do with Mrs. Coelho tomorrow, together with the chief, is get the names of those that are currently in the document, because the document that you received in May would include the listing of each of the individuals in each of the departments and remove them so that you can see the vacancies.
Okay, and for all of the departments, you can do that?
I can do that for all of them, yes.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have is on the revenue. I know this isn't all the revenue, but on the ones that you mentioned on page 11. Are the parking, this is for Q4, are the parking clerks back to work as far as regular ticketing?
Yes, as of last Monday or the Monday before. Mr. Perry, do you know what day parking clerks went back?
That's Monday.
Monday?
Yeah, Monday.
Monday.
So
Yeah,
we
they-
shouldn't have any, we should be up and running.
For the month of 2 weeks
July.
in June.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 weeks in June, maybe, 1
All
week
right.
in June, right.
And I know the meals tax, I know the restaurant's open, but they're only at 25%
So,
capacity,
again,
so that will still be
Going
down.
to be very, limited in terms of receipts on those excise bills, or excise receipts.
And then you have the recreation cannabis, estimated to be down 400,000. Is this including that check that you received, that you weren't expecting?
Yes, so that would be prior to receiving that revenue.
So this number is different now?
Could be, right. And we actually haven't received revenue from Hope Health, so it's possible that it's 200,000.
Okay.
Would be very nice.
And I know that they've had lines around the building since they opened back up again, so hopefully their revenue is going to be fine going forward. I'm not sure, are they able to open inside yet?
I don't believe so.
Just outside? I mean, there had to be hundreds of people in line every time I drive by.
That's good.
It's crazy. It's good. It's crazy. So those are my questions on these revenue. And then I had a question on the CDBG and the CARES Act. We were awarded 7.9 million, and I know that you said that Mr. Aguirre is going through and categorizing what he can to those funds. Do you know how much of that has been used?
Very, very little, because it's only going to be 25% of the CARES money, of the COVID money that is going to be MEMA reimbursed. So we first used the 200,000, that's the DPH money, Department of Public Health.
Yep.
Then we're using the DOJ money because that's also 100%.
Yep.
Then we're going to the MEMA money at 75%. So realistically, with a community our size, and the fact that we don't run and operate a nursing home and we don't run and operate a hospital, the amount of money that we have spent on COVID expenses is not necessarily significant. You're looking around, Mr. Gallagher spent, some money on plexiglass, but we're not talking hundreds of thousands. I think the biggest department, and he may actually even have the numbers with him, would be EMS, and I don't believe that was that significant either. It may have been a couple $100,000.
And I heard you had said it covered overtime?
Yes.
Was
Yes,
that the
most
CARES?
definitely.
Is that why we have a give back in the appropriation, in the transfer? Is that part of it? Are we giving back overtime money?
I'm sure, yes. Because as I indicated earlier, we are working with each of the departments almost on a daily basis, making sure that we pull out of all of their expenditures those items that are truly COVID-related, and overtime is a perfect example. That would have just gotten charged to the department because there's what's referred to as a charge code. So, your payroll goes through, it's a charge code, it goes to your department. If you had paid overtime in that particular paycheck, we have to manually make all those entries out of the operating budget into what the state has done is they've asked us to set aside separate accounts and utilize those accounts to put all of the COVID related expenses.
And how are they categorizing the overtime as being COVID? Are they doing it for all the overtime? For all public
No,
work?
it would only be if, I'd have to speak specifically to the police chief. But as far as EMS goes, it's strictly as it relates to the calls that are related to COVID.
I see, okay. So I'm just wondering, do you have a rough idea how much we might have used? I'm wondering how much if they loosen the guidelines, if the state loosens the guidelines, how much we might be able to allocate elsewhere?
Can I get back to you tomorrow on that? I will see what I can find out for you.
Okay. And that was, I think my other question, no, one more question. You had said the Community Development Agency, we have a CDBG in amount of 1.7 million and homeless grants totaling 2.1 million to assist with COVID-related expenses. Are they using all of that?
At this particular point, no, they have not been able to utilize all of that. Again, without, in particular, facilities, it's difficult to spend those kinds of dollars. I know Stepping Stone received some money as it relates to COVID-19 and the First Step In. Mr. Lee would Councilor Lee could probably tell you more about that. We had a facility down on Bay Street that we did some work on for purposes of being able to house the homeless. Mr. Dion indicated that he utilized some of it to send homeless individuals to a hotel.
Yep.
So there's been varying ways to spend some of those dollars, but we would have to check again with with Mr. Dion, but there's a significant amount of it that has not been yet spent.
And we don't know if we'll be able to allocate that elsewhere either.
I don't believe that the shelter, emergency shelter money, which is the homeless money, will be able to be allocated any place other than homeless-related expenses. The regular CDBG grant, again, that would be a question more for Mr. Dion.
But they would have to be COVID-related expenses, not just homeless-related expenses.
Right.
Okay. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Counselor. In seat 5, Counselor Lee.
Thank you. I was just allow me for a minute. I was in a Zoom meeting this afternoon before the council meeting today with a group of people who were discussing the Shannon grant. And I went on the government website, mass.gov website, and saw, this is a grant that's supposed to help help the city fight gangs and gang violence and things like that. And on the website, it shows the city of Fall River. 70% of the city living in poverty or living, struggling with their finances. So, I've been a counselor for only, about 6-7 months now, but I'm watching, we go back and forth about the fees and the taxes, and you literally said the only way that the government can pay for any of this is through fees and taxes, and I think we all know that, that's basically what it is. When we say the word revenue, when we say we could call it anything we want, but we're ultimately taking a hammer to most of the city that is struggling financially, So we want to be able to, have these departments have everything that they have and everything that they need. But we're in a situation, it's a very volatile situation where some of us here have talked about not wanting to raise fees, certain fees. And if we try to give any kind of relief to a city with 70% poverty, that where all of a sudden it's a detrimental situation where 14 people, 28 people, whatever, get laid off. Counselor in seat 7 has used the word Flint, Michigan on more than one occasion, and I'm sorry if I'm going outside the bounds here, but it's just we're stuck in a really bad situation sometimes when we look at the median income of the city, when we look at people who are 1 or 2 checks away from literally having nothing, and we have to keep on, and it's sort of like we have to raise these things, otherwise we won't have certain departments, in place, or they'll be struggling very hard, or whatever you want to call it. So, in Council C1, he made great points. It's like it's compelling. Like I'm compelled now because of the counselor to change my position on some things that I wanted to do, and it's based on the fact that we won't have much if we don't do it, but we do have to figure out ways to expand our base. We have to figure out some kind of payment in lieu of taxes for some of these services. There's a lot of services are being used in the city by agencies that don't pay into it. And I think we have to have a city administrator in place. And it's not that, obviously, I appreciate you and I appreciate the efforts that the mayor's making in many cases, but we need, there's the financial front where we can go into your office, open door, have a conversation about what we can do. I have a question about the billboards, digital billboards. I don't even know, did that ever get resolved? I'm sorry, Council.
No, it's okay. That's it.
Did that ever get resolved? I'm just curious about that.
Mrs. Sahadi?
I don't believe so, and if they did, it was one that got approved, but I don't know what the status of that is.
Because that was supposed to be some outside money. I know that's not going to be a difference maker in what we're in right now, but Council Seat 1 was talking about how we need to bring other revenue to the table, and that was supposed to be, again, previous administration advertised as some type of outside income, or some revenue that we were going to be able to use. So again, I just have a couple of other things I just wanted to make a point about is, we have there's a burden on these taxpayers and these property owners, and we don't have many choices here. We just simply don't have many choices here when it comes to it. It's not a wealthy city, and if we have an administrator in place, maybe on that front, on that front of going, on that advocacy of going after monies that people are using services and not paying into. Maybe, you know, from a city administrator point, they're able to work with the council, and we're able to work together to try to expand that base a little more. You know, I think that's what we need right now in place. So my final question, I guess, would be, is there any timeline on what we're doing as far as the city administrator goes?
That would be a question you would certainly have to speak to the mayor about, but again, it's one of the vacant positions, so with all of the unknowns and uncertainties at this particular point, that position too has not been filled.
Because I assume that some of the things that we want to try to accomplish, the things that Council Seat 1 talked about trying to accomplish and expanding our base, we're going to need that in place, I believe, if we're going to start to try to accomplish some of those goals. So, and I yield on that.
Thank you, Councilor. In seat 2, Councilor Dion.
I find it to be a recurring theme that every time somebody talks about extra revenue here or cutting something here, they keep saying, but it's not much, but it's not much. Well, collectively, if you put it all together, it could be significant. You know, it kind of makes me think of, you know, the person that puts the $100 in the bank, and I don't know if you remember back when, if you put a penny aside and double it every day for a year, it translates into a lot more money than just that $100 deposit would. And I look at this the same way. If you save, you know, if you can generate 300,000 here and 20,000 there and 40,000 there, eventually it's going to be a significant number. So I think anything we can do, we should. And I don't think we should dismiss anything in terms of revenues or otherwise, whether it be creating revenues or cutting an expense. You know, I think we should pick up the billboard idea. I think, you know, you spoke that had the parking meter fees been enacted, it would have been an additional $300,000. It's a significant amount of money. I don't think we should be throwing anything aside anymore. Because if we truly want to do what's best and we truly want to help the people in the city, then that's what we have to do. We have to find a way to generate some money.
Mrs. Sahadi, could you get back to the council in terms of where we are at, where the prior city administrator left off with that? It's probably in that office in the filing cabinet somewhere.
The billboards, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
And also, I think in that vein, we should continue the conversations with the trash and streamlining and figuring out what we can save where. Again, whether it's significant or insignificant, it's going to add up in conjunction with everything else. Now, lastly, I need some clarification. On the health insurance, it's currently a net cost of $40 million. Has health insurance ever run over budget?
Well, health insurance, the way that the city of Fall River operates their health insurance is we have what's referred to it as an employer trust fund. And so whatever is included within the budget, so in this case, the $40 million, it would be transferred from the operating budget into the trust fund. We've had, since I've been here, a balance as low as $600,000 of excess money in the trust fund, and as high as, I believe, $2.6 or $8 million. Don't hold me to the high. Every year it varies because it really depends what the claims are going to be, and because we're not premium based and we're based on claims, it really just depends on that particular year.
So, and also technically at this point, again, back to the redesign and the different provider for medications, it actually is less money today than it was years back for the healthcare, with everything being streamlined. Would that be an accurate statement?
I would, again, I wouldn't want to make that statement without looking, but we have had years that it was actually less than it was initially. So Councilor Kadim can probably talk to when the change was made.
Not sure.
13, 14, somewhere in there. Then it dropped significantly. Now it's continued to increase each year. I don't know whether we are still under what the high point was or whether we have now, gone past past that point. I certainly have that analysis and can provide you with that.
And over the years, have the employees taken on an additional amount in terms of higher copays and deductibles?
There have been plan design changes, and I would imagine that would have been part of the plan design changes, although that wasn't while I've been here.
Okay. And in theory, that would reduce
Right.
the cost also.
That's correct.
So moving forward, are there other plan designs that we could look at, again, to lower the cost?
Certainly. So we have a consultant on board. It's Mrs. LaFlash. I'm sure you've heard me speak of her name. She's from Gallagher. She works with the HR department on a regular basis and provides some ideas. I believe the health insurance goes out for bid this year, so there may be some additional conversations with regard to what changes could potentially occur. Is he okay?
He's fine.
What changes could potentially occur for maintaining or reducing the cost of health care.
But keeping with the same provider, keeping the same?
It will go out for bid, so it doesn't necessarily come back as being Blue Cross. It could potentially, the provider could potentially change.
Okay, with that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor in seat 8, Counselor Pereira.
Hi, just a couple of things. I know Councilor Pelletier spoke about the bus situation with COVID and how many kids on a bus, but I can't remember how many years ago, but it was a few years ago that Councilor Kadim, myself, and maybe Councilor Mitchell, or did you go?
Yes.
When we went to Boston?
Yes, we did to
We
school
went to
spending.
Boston to meet with them in Boston over what we could do for transportation, and that was kind of a dead end. When we talk about the, looking at possible billboards, I hope we get more than we got for those flags that we put all over the city. Make it here.
We didn't get anything
Make it here
for that.
flags didn't give the city of Fall River 1 penny, but our business spent $500, $600, $700 to put a flag that the company in Rhode Island made all the money. So that's not bringing revenue into the city. And I think our own workers helped put up the flags. So that bothers me. With my colleague in seat number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, when you spoke about, these things are confusing me. It doesn't take much at my age to get confused. When you spoke about what the level,
Numbers now.
the average income in the city is. But let me tell you this, when I look at police department, fire department, city workers, and see how many of those people live in the city of Fall River. Back in Flanagan's administration, I put in a residency requirement. At the time, Councilor Kadim was city administrator, and he was not able to talk about that during contract negotiations. And it wasn't that if you didn't live in Fall River, you had to move in. No, those who were already here would be grandfathered in. But anybody being hired would have to be Fall River residents. Now, there's always a gray area. Somebody's parent lived in Westport, mom's sick or dad's sick, you're gonna move in and take care of them. Then the council can vote on that, it's a gray area. But little things like that never happen, never come to fruition. Even though the council voted unanimously to do a residency requirement, Councilor Kadim, at the time as city administrator, wasn't able to discuss that during negotiations. That was shied upon. The other thing, I know that my colleague in seat number 6 is concerned with public safety. And I get what Mrs. Sahadi is saying. If you laid off 10 people in City Hall that made $30,000, what's the savings? Versus 10 people in public safety, what is their salary? So that's kind of what she was trying to say. However, if we don't have the number of firefighters or the number of police officers that we had before, why is it that the way it's written, if you're a lieutenant and you retire, then within so many days, 60 days I think it is, somebody pops up and has to fill in that lieutenant spot. But if you have less of a manpower, why do you need so many lieutenants and captains if you've got less of a manpower? So that needs to be changed, and I don't know, Mrs. Hardy, if that's changed during negotiations, if that's changed through a city ordinance, that if you have a number of firefighters or this number of police officers, then you need X amount of lieutenants, captains, corporals, whatever. Because that to me makes no sense. If you have all these police officers, but we only have 10-man cars at night, I'll tell you, when I worked for DSS and I did the hotline and I had to go out in the middle of the night, there was an issue. A police officer would come, but we would have to wait till another police officer got there. I've always been looking at 2-man police cars or a woman and man police car. So when you get there, you can go in and deal with the issue and not wait for somebody else to come. But those are some of the things. And I like what Councilor Kadim said about the performance, doing performance audits. Because, and I spoke to Attorney Rumsey yesterday or whatever about a situation. A mother has a child with cystic fibrosis. Mother moves. She brings in a note from a doctor. She brings in a note from her landlord. She puts that into the traffic department on March the 12th. I think they had one Zoom meeting, I'm not sure. I look at the agenda and I don't see her address on here. So that means we're not going to get that if traffic has a meeting and this item comes up, this handicap sign, we're not going to have a meeting till July 14th. That's going to come here to the council floor. We're then going to refer it to ordinance. Depending on when ordinance has a meeting, it's only going to come back to us, the earliest is going to be whatever the first meeting is that we have in August. And then it'll come back to us. So in August, it comes to us, if all goes well, and we get it on the 14th and send it to ordinance, and ordinance has a meeting and we get it in August, then when is that sign going to go up? The end of August, September? But she put it in on March 12th. A child who has cystic fibrosis, who mother has to carry. There's got to be a way that there can be emergency situations. It's not like, you know, I had knee surgery and I'm having a tough time with my knee. You know, and somebody said to me, well, I said, well, where the mother lived before there was a driveway. Oh, why'd she move? What do you mean, why'd she move? Everybody's got a right to move. She moved because she's got a family member in that household that'll help her too. But how do we, through a performance audit, close that gap? So we don't have this mother dealing with carrying her child wherever she can park her car in a highly congested neighborhood. And maybe because I have a great nephew who has muscular dystrophy, is confined to a wheelchair, I see the struggles my niece has, that, you know, I can see the struggles that this mother's having. But from March 12th, today's June 23rd, it's still not here. I just find that looking at performance audits and going department by department, and the people that work in that department, not even the department heads, but people that work in those departments day to day, they might have great ideas to do things. And I would be willing to work on something like that. And Mr. Kadim, Councilor Kadim spoke about the transition team. I gotta tell you, Bob Correa had a transition team. Sam Sutter had a transition team. I never heard anything about these transition teams. Jazel came in, he had a transition team. I was on a transition team for public safety. Tim Oliveira was on that with me. Doctor from Truesdale Clinic there.
Gagney.
Who is it? The doctor.
Oh, Shackney? No.
Dr. Crowley. Thank
Oh.
you, Tim. Dr. Crowley was on it. Beth Fonts was on it. Natalie Assad's husband, who was a chief of a fire department in Baltimore, Maryland, was on it. We had a book about this thick with information. Turn radiuses on vehicles, fire department equipment, police department equipment. Did you ever hear about that? No. Now, Mayor Coogan put a transition team together. But you know what I'm being told? The transition teams are for the benefit of the mayors that come into office. It's for the benefit of Bob Correa, benefit of Sam Sutter, you know, benefit of Jazel, benefit of Coogan. It's not a public document. But I would like to see some of those because maybe there are good things in that. But I agree. So transition teams to me is like a political thing. Okay, these people are on this, these people, but it never surfaces to any fruition. So I vowed I would never be on a transition team again because I don't need to go to meetings and get nothing done. That's what I detest, going to meetings and things not being done. But I agree. I wish the transition team would come out. And I would certainly help with doing performance audits and working with departments. And I would really like to see this mayor work on a residency requirement. You know, people make their money here and then they go to Somerset, Westport, Swansea, spend their money there. They're not coming shopping back here. They're not getting their car filled up with gas here. You know, they go away. What's wrong? And if you did that, then you're keeping some of the money here in the city. And, you know, I think developing Pleasant Street. I liked Bob Correa's idea on South Main to bring BCC here. You have youth here. You'd have expendable money. You'd have businesses and people could live upstairs instead of having empty apartments, empty buildings downtown. And that just takes work to do, but, I mean, I'm willing to work. One thing I'm not afraid of is work. I mean, I've been trying to get that beach done since 1995. 1995. Just to clear an area. It's not gonna cost us anything. They'll do it for free. I got workers to do it for free. National Grid will work on something. But then you gotta go through conservation, you gotta get something from the state sends a deed down. I don't know, it's lost in limbo. So now I gotta go back to the state, have them get the money. Crazy. And one year I had $500,000 to do Dave's Beach. You know where that $500,000 went? I told Senator Rodrick, he was a state rep, I said, I got $500,000, so make sure you use it. That's how you got the boat ramp down there, was the $500,000 I got by myself, with the help of Bill Damaris and the help of Dan Raposa. Those were the people that helped me get it. And it's like, it takes so long to do something. And that's just, maybe I've been here too long and I get too frustrated with things not moving quick enough. I'm a person that you got a job to do it, get it done. But those are some of my suggestions on lieutenants and captains and flags. Thank God the mayor put out a press release that he didn't want anybody to buy those flags, and I agree with him 100%. We're not getting a penny and letting somebody solicit in our city. Ms. Sahadi, thank you again. I thought your presentation was very good. If there's no one else in line to speak, could I make a motion to refer this to full council?
It's already there.
Or is
Yep,
there somebody else? I'm sorry.
I think it's already there.
It's already there, so no
It's already
referral
there?
necessary.
Okay.
Any other questions? Hearing none, next item on our agenda is the mayor and a proposed fiscal 2021 budget for Emergency Management Division. Is there any questions? Mr. Ferlin? Would you like to come?
That's
Oh, I'm sorry.
the chief and
Chief,
Mr.
any
Oliveira.
questions for Mr. Oliveira or our chief with respect to this?
I don't have any.
If there are not, it'd be appropriate to refer to full council.
Motion to refer to full council.
Motion
Second.
to refer to full council has been made by Councilor Pereira, seconded by Councilor Dion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Next item on our agenda is the mayor and a revised fiscal 2021 budget for water and sewer divisions. Councilor in seat 2, Councilor Dion.
Yes, Mrs. Sahadi, I have a question on this. The CARES
Ferlin.
Act, again, back to
Mr.
that
Ferlin.
money. Am I correct in saying that, that it's allowed to be used on infrastructure?
If it's CARES Act, yes. So I'm not sure what your question is in
Okay,
terms
my
of
question is
infrastructure,
this.
because
This
we're
is-
talking about water and
This
sewer
is what I'm
now.
getting at. Would it be, would we be able to use some of that money, and could it be allocated to the water and sewer departments, to the divisions, to meet their needs?
No, so that's what our issue is, because right now, the CARES Act money is not allowed for lost revenue. So unless they have a particular expense, and they have participated in pulling out of their expenditures for fiscal '20, those expenses that are CARES Act related or COVID related, to be reimbursed under MEMA. But the CARES Act itself, that $7.9 million, would not be able to be utilized in the water and sewer department unless we could identify specific COVID-related expenses, as it currently stands, which is why we're hoping for some relief on that law from Congress.
Okay, so in the event that it changes, the guidelines change, and it were permissible to allocate funding to the water and sewer division, I'd like to make a motion that we send a communication to the administration requesting that $1.2 million be put aside for the next 2 years to go to the water and sewer division and to give relief to the taxpayers.
So it'd be an appropriate $600,000 this year, next year, if we're allowed to use it. So Councilor Dion has a motion to send a written communication from the City Council to the administration that if we are able to use CARES money for in the amount of $1.2 million to offset some of the expenses in the water and sewer department. Is that correct?
Just for
Motion has been,
I'm sorry, just for clarification, the way the act is currently written, the monies for the CARES Act have to be spent before December of 2020.
okay, spent meaning totally spent and expended? Or it
Yes.
can't be spent and put in accounts?
No, totally spent and expended.
Okay, well,
Okay, so
Now,
I'll
there
revi-
might be a question if there's an open purchase order that can be carried over or an encumbrance, but as it currently stands, that money needs to be expended by December 31, 2020.
Okay, so I would revise it for 1 year for 600,000 then.
motion.
I just,
Motion has been made by Councilor Dion to send a written communication from the City Council over to the administration to see if they could use CARES money, if we are able to use CARES money, in the amount of $600,000 to offset some expenses in water and sewer. That has been made by Councilor Dion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Lee. Discussion. Councilor in seat one, Councilor Kadim.
Thank you. Just, I understand, I guess, the premise, but if there were expenses that were already eligible, you would have already tied it up, right? So, I mean, how much did you have for expenses? I can't imagine that the water or sewer department has a whole lot in terms of COVID and even just lost revenue. I mean, I don't know that you're losing revenue because of the pandemic, right? Because it's just water and
sewer use.
sewer
That's
use,
correct.
right? So,
Correct. So I tracked all the expenses throughout the whole entire pandemic up to date, and we have been reimbursed for some of the expenses already to date in the water department. I forget roughly what the number was, but we were able to carry labor time, overtime, anything throughout the pandemic that would have caused additional time for our men to be out there during, something that takes them longer because we're the precautions that need to be taken during that time, any of the materials that needed to be used, sanitizers and all that stuff. So we did submit for all those expenses, and I believe we were reimbursed already for them.
okay. So,
And
but I
you're
mean, the
correct,
expenses.
It's not lost revenue, right.
Right, and
Yeah.
and quite frankly, it's actually the opposite effect because everybody was staying at home, so they're flushing toilets more and using water. So I think you folks
Theoretically, correct.
unfortunately generated more money. And I appreciate the attempt and what to say. I just don't know. Like I'll support it, but I don't know that I want to hold up the budget for that because I don't think you're going to get a whole lot. I think the question. At the end of the day, I think the true question we need to ask is if any of that CARES money, right, can be set aside for, residents in the city, whether it's either small businesses, and I know there are small business loans and things of that nature, but as some of these businesses are going back to, the new norm, and they've got to have masks, they've got to have all this PPE equipment. Is there anything that, some of this funding can be used for, so that, while we would like to absorb it on at least the municipal side, are there other grant opportunities that we can offer to residents, either small businesses that if they've got to go out, buy masks, gloves, or anything like that, that there is a grant, so it's non-reimbursable? Is there anything out there that we haven't looked at? Because I think that's probably would be more beneficial and would help, I think, assist some of the concerns that we have here in terms of helping the residents.
Yeah, if it was a subsidy of the utility bill or something like that, that would definitely benefit the residents that need it the most.
Right.
And that wouldn't impact our overall budget or hold up, the budget's, being appropriated for the.
So I think that's a good point, right? So similar to when we were dealing with water leaks, right? Everybody would come back, and we never had a mechanism for somebody who didn't know that their toilet was leaking, or maybe there was a sprinkler system. What we ended up doing was saying, okay, we would give a waiver one time, and we would go back and look at the average over a 3-month period and say, okay, this was what your usage is, and we'll waive the difference to get you back to your normal usage. See if there's something that we could do there with, we've got some, obviously with the pandemic, the use of water being at home, if maybe there's an opportunity to utilize that fund that can go back and cover some of the costs for the fees associated with that. Then I could see how we could get some additional revenues. And so if we can, I'd support that if maybe there's an amendment to that to see if we can utilize it and especially trying to work with the state and federal delegation to see if there's potential to be able to utilize some of the expenses residents are burdened with in terms of being home, right? The electric, the water and sewer rates, things of that nature.
Correct.
So, Councilor, your amendment would be to the motion.
Oh, no, I was just having a nice little conversation because it's not late enough, so I just wanted to offer it up. I wasn't really making it as an amendment.
So
I don't want to make the amendment if Councilor in C2 doesn't want it.
I'm
just trying to throw something out there that
I appreciate it. I'm sure the council does too. I think it's an open-ended kind of letter to the administration. We're not sure how we could use the money, when we can use it, what the parameters are. But yeah, I'm sure by the next time we meet, or hopefully sooner, we'll have some direction on how we can spend that CARES money. And I think the letter is kind of open-ended. I think that's the purpose behind it, to find out what we can and can't do. And if we can use it for this, then great. If we can't, we tried.
And something that benefits the residents and also eases the burden for the water department.
Right.
And I missed the 600,000. Where did the 600,000 come from? What was that? Is that?
That was the number that if the water and sewer rates pass, that would be the amount.
Oh, okay.
That would
All
be
right.
generated. So
I apologize. I thought that you
From the
folks
rate
said-
increase, correct?
that was the rate increase,
Right.
correct?
Okay.
So essentially, I was trying to subsidize the rate increase and not put the burden on the taxpayers.
So could I just make a friendly recommendation that when we do it, that we don't assign a dollar amount and just, a minimum, we say a minimum of $600,000. Because I think if there's an opportunity to get something similar to what you just said, which I don't know if it's eligible, but if there is eligible to offer some relief, why limit it to $1 million if we're not able to utilize it elsewhere, right? So as opposed to sending it back to
Certainly agree.
instead of sending back to the federal government, if we can get $1 million, then let's throw $1 million into the accounts and let's call it a day and get some relief, right? So I just say that when drafting, I don't know you need an amendment, that we just put a minimum of 600,000.
Fair enough.
That's fine.
Noted. Any further you yield, Councilor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Any further discussion? Councilor in seat 8, Councilor Pereira.
I think Council Pelletier had his hand up first.
Councilor in seat 7, Councilor Pelletier.
I think
You
can
both
do it.
raised your hand
Okay,
at the same
go
time.
ahead.
Go ahead, Councilor in seat 7.
Mr. Fielder, how long you been active in the water department?
Councilor, I don't mean to interrupt. Let's just get through this motion on sending
Oh,
the
all
letter,
right,
and then we'll get right back to that,
Motion,
okay?
all right.
Oh, wow.
Should we get a second?
You good? Okay. Motion has been made and seconded to send the letter to the administration. Has been made and seconded. Hearing no further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. I recognize Councilor in seat 7, Councilor Pelletier, regarding the
My
issue
turn?
before us on water and sewer. The floor is yours.
Mr. Fielder, how long you been on the water?
Just about 8 years.
25 years ago, It's a long time. You were a little baby.
I was
And
younger.
we had trouble with the sewer treatment plant, with odors and all that, and, you know, it's, people were complaining every week, it finally got squared away. It took a while. And then, maybe 20 years ago, 22 years ago, every other meeting, the people come in with jugs of dirty water, and dirty water. And what are you gonna do about it? What can we do about it? Well, we gotta do something about it. And week after week, and thank God to Councilor Joe Camara, who come up with the idea that, hey, it's time to fix these antiquated water lines, and we should do it every year. So, the monies that we put, there you go. What do you call that, tuberculation, is that what you call that?
Tuberculation is
Yeah,
what's
that's a big
inside the
word for
pipe,
me.
yes.
But you see the proof right there. And we've been at it, what, 20 years?
20 years, yes.
Spending about $5 million, close to $5 million a year.
Correct.
And surprisingly, that all my colleagues supported it this year again. But then again, we have to go one step further. We need a little more money. It's an enterprise fund. All the monies that you raise, it's through funds and meter fees and everything else. So, we got that going. I think it was a good move on our part, because a lot of places have trouble with their pipes and they don't do nothing. We're ahead of the game, about 20 years ahead of the game. And, you know, the water and sewer, you got the electric, the chemicals, and the loans. You have a loan that's, 10 million payback for the CSO this year,
That's what's due this year.
and then you got 5 point for, replace that we just voted on. So there's, 15 million right there. So, you're asking us to raise the water rate and the sewer rate, and how much money are we talking about here?
So the original proposed budget, the increase was 7 cents on the sewer rate, $2 on the stormwater fee, and 16 cents on the water rate, 16 cents per CCF.
All right, now, how many people, if we don't do this, is affected by layoffs?
So by layoffs, we would have a total of 14 within the water department, and we would have a total of 22 in the sewer department.
And what does that do when you have an emergency, water pipe that broke, main pipe that broke? What's the process when you don't have enough help?
When we don't have to have enough help, we would have to go and hire a contractor to come in to make the repair. So you take like January 1st, the main break that we had on Rock and Locust Street. Our crews responded. We had staff there within 15 minutes to turn off the main and minimize the damage, even though the damage was pretty bad because it was a large main. Our crews had the water back on to the 14 houses that didn't have water in less than 4 hours.
4 hours. Now, if the situation was that we had a main broke, didn't have the help, what's the process?
So if we were reduced staff within that division and we had 2 main breaks, we would respond to one, turn it off, respond to the other, turn it off. If we only had the staff to repair one at a time, which the staff reduction of what's discussed would cause that, we would have to deal with one while the other one was out. So if it took us, 4, 5, 6 hours to repair one, those customers and the other customers would be out of water for that period of time, plus then whatever it takes us to repair the second main.
And that would be a high cost. You've got to get a private contractor to do that,
Yep.
come down right away. And if they don't do it right away, if it takes 1 or 2 days, they don't have any water.
Correct.
So we essentially give them a good service because you got something that's broke and we can fix it right away.
Yes.
So you know, in looking at this, with all the fixed things that you have, and the things that, you know, you're gonna lay off 22 people. Well, that's a lot. But I think the other side of this is, if you do cut, and EPA and DEP are gonna be notified that you're cutting, and what happens then?
Yeah, so correct. I'm the licensed operator of the secondary operator of the water treatment plant, primary the distribution system. I'm also the a licensed operator in the wastewater system, and I sign the DMRs for the city every month. That would put us at a very scary staffing within our departments. We would be highly understaffed. We wouldn't be able to respond to anything. So we would have to notify DEP and EPA of our reduced staffing limits and our reduced ability to be able to respond to issues or emergencies. We'd then be dealing with a violation of our NIPD's permit, which has a minimum staffing level within it, as well as some of our other permits that are issued through the state and federal government.
Now, DOR could come in and state that your level of people working for you is inadequate, and they could set rates of the budget, a minimum required to support the new staffing level, and they may control our rates for a long time. So that'll be out of your hands.
Yeah, correct. So, once I would go to DEP or EPA, I would imagine that they would come down and do a full evaluation of our staffing levels within all of our divisions. Once they did that evaluation, they would come up with minimum staffing requirements, most likely come down with consent orders to meet those minimum staffing requirements. Once that's done, then I would have to notify DOR that our budget would not support those staffing levels, and then I would expect DOR would come down and review our budgets and potentially set our rates.
All right, now we have guys that go out and problem like you got right there, that you can't go out and repair it right away, and you have the maintenance that go out and flush the area and try to take care of it to keep the opening as big as it can be, right?
Yeah, correct. So one of our standard procedures that we do twice a year is our biannually system maintenance, system flushing. So that's when we go around the city and we flush hydrants throughout the whole entire city. Everybody thinks that that's hydrant flushing to clean out the hydrant. It's not really. It's actually to flush out the main so that tuberculation that's on the inside of this main doesn't get a chance to be able to get built up and settle in that main.
So how often you think you go out and do some things like clearing the pipes?
So we do that twice a year currently.
Twice a year?
Yeah, to about 1,000 hydrants per year.
So DOR comes in and they tell you, well, we're gonna really take it over. The Mass Water Resource Authority is, Boston kind of messed up their process, and they don't do it no more. They have the Mass Water Resource Authority that supplies water to Boston, and they set the rates. I mean, we're in Fall River here. Can't we take care of our own? We have to go up because we have to go up to give the service to the people in the water, in the quality. And I say it a lot, the water is very, very, very important. I don't want these guys coming down from Boston and telling you what to do and telling us what to do. We know what to do. We have to increase it a little bit. I know, a little bit here, a little bit there, and it comes out to a lot. But again, the backside of it is we're gonna lose control of the whole thing. And that's not right. So I just wanna get this on a table tonight. Whether or not wanna keep it in the city, lay off 14 people, any engineers laying off in this as well?
Engineers, no.
Sewer treatment plant or water?
Oh, well, yeah, all licensed people, yes,
Yeah,
there would be
yeah.
licensed people that would.
Yeah, highly qualified, I guess, have been there for a while.
Yep.
So is that what we wanna do? all well and good. That's why I want to bring it out tonight. Everybody knows this is what's going on. What do you guys want to do? I know what I want to do. I want to keep it in Fall River. I want to keep it the way it's going. I don't want to lay off 14 people. I don't want to lay off the people that are little experts of what they're doing, and that's the way I feel. I feel, you know, without water, I said it before, there's no coffee, you can't wash up, you can't do dishes, the restaurants can't function, and it, you know, and I know Mr. Sullivan has done whatever he could to make sure that we maintain the water and everything else. And, you know, he used to come in and say, you know, we gotta get this, we gotta get that, and then he got to a point where he come to the council, he said, listen, council, I need the money for this. You don't wanna give it to me, that's okay, that's all right. But this was gonna happen, and that was a good way to do it. So they're saying, okay, if you don't do it, this was gonna happen. It's up to you guys, you're the councilors. You know, you're gonna give me the money or not give me the money? And we pretty well given what he had to get. You got a big job, a big responsibility, and I think it should stay in your hands. The people gotta understand that they need the money to make sure they get the services of clean water, clean pipes, and everything else that goes with it. And like I said, I just lay it out tonight. You guys decide what you wanna do. I don't want the guys coming in from Boston dictating to Fall River about our water and our pipes and everything else. I think we come a long way, and we can take care of ourselves, you know what I mean? With that, Mr. President, I yield.
Thank you, Counselor. In seat 8, Counselor Pereira.
You know, I sit here and I look at that pipe. Back when we went to that conference several years ago, instead of removing that pipe and putting in a new pipe, there was a diamond tip drill that goes into the pipe, gets rid of all that tuberculation, and they put in a plastic sleeve. So if there's any cracks on the pipe, it preserves it. Did the city look into doing that? Cost us a lot less money. When we did the CSO project, instead of building tunnels under the ground, which I was opposed to, I was more for sewer separation, so that you'd put in new pipes and you'd put a road on. Would take us longer, maybe cost us a little more, but we'd end up with all new pipes. I'd like to see what Councilor Kadim said earlier. Councilor Kadim, what you talked about earlier, when we implemented that if somebody's bill was high, there was a leak that they didn't know about. What did you say the process was? What was the process?
Counselor Seawan.
Is this a test?
No,
I just don't want to fail.
No, you don't, it's not a
No,
test.
the process, I think it was back in 14, we had a lot of complaints.
Right.
The council, I think it's an ordinance, to be honest with you, or there was some discussion.
Yeah.
I know there was discussion with the council at the time, back in like 2013 or whatever it was, but the process was that each homeowner would have the opportunity to have one abatement, if you would, process
Okay.
where you would go back and take 3 months of the water bill, the sewer bill, and make the adjustment so that it's on the average.
So water, sewer, and stormwater.
Oh, I don't know stormwater.
Oh,
It was because
stormwater?
it was just
It was
because of
water
the leak.
and sewer.
Water and sewer.
So you'd go back 3 months, you know,
One
three
time,
bills,
one time,
3
right.
cycles.
No,
And-
one bill because it's based on a quarter, right? So you would just look at the quarter, right, and see what the trend would be. I think they may. I'm sorry, they may have went back 3 bills to make sure and average out what the
Right. So whatever
quarter
your
was.
3 bills, the average that you had was what you paid your bill at, right?
Right.
That's what your bill would then be.
Correct. So there were situations where some residents were getting a $1,200 or a $2,000 bill, and they
Right.
only normally paid $500, right? So the concern was that they didn't know there was a leaky toilet or something was going on. So to ensure that didn't take place, again, we offered it one time, and I think it still needed approval from the boards.
Right, so the policies.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because I did part of that ordinance, that change, and I believe it was Councilor Mitchell that had implemented it. And it was gonna be what the average was.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say that the average 3 months was 500. And the bill the person got this time was 1,600. What would their abatement be? 500 off of the 16, or they would pay the 500.
No, they would pay the 500.
Thank you. That's not what's happening.
So the,
That's not what's happening now. It's 50% of this or that. And I
That was
think
the
Counselor
policy that-
Dion had the same issue, and the sewer, she claimed the sewer wasn't taken off.
that was a policy that the council approved.
That was a policy what?
That the council approved, that it be 50% of the overage be abated.
No,
That was a
not by
policy
the
that the
ordinance
coun-
that,
Yes.
the ordinance that we had written was the ordinance that Counselor Kadim speaks of. I just find, first of all of these 7 staffers from the water department, what is the total of the 2 staffers from water treatment, from the reservation, and the water department, what are the water maintenance? What does that total up, the salaries of these 14 people? What are the salaries?
It's a one-for-one. Because you don't have to need it. You don't have to
So the salary calculations, and these are based on rough FTE amounts, 3 from the treatment at $120,000, 2 from the treatment, that was the reservation, the 3 from the reservation, 2 from the treatment plant at $80,000, the 7 from maintenance at $240,000, and the 2 staff from billing at $80,000.
Now, if you're gonna lay them off, for every 2 you lay off, you kinda have to lay off the 3rd to pay for the unemployment, correct?
Yes.
So, and on there, it says water goes up, at the one you had there, was $848 and $1171 for water. So the average homeowner's gonna pay $20.19. Plus, they're gonna pay $20 for the stormwater. So the total is probably gonna be $49.
No, that calculation does include the stormwater. So so the sewer,
Well, the stormwater, you said it was $20.
$2 per quarter.
Oh, $2.
Yes.
Not 20. I had 20. Was $2. I had water here that you said at 16,
16 cents per CCF.
and the sewer was 7 cents.
7 cents per CCF, yes.
And I'm gonna tell you what my issue is too. I like to look at departments that are looking at what they can do to save money. I have a real pet peeve with how much land the water department owns. And I'd like to get a list, Mrs. Sahadi, of all of the land that is owned by the water department. Old Meridian Street, Pierce Street, Hyacinth Street, and there's other lots around. Sell some of that to bring back money, not only for the sale of the land, but then we're gonna get tax money on it. People are gonna own it, we're gonna get taxes on it. And I understand, and I've seen that tuberculated pipe. Every time we have budget hearings, they bring out the pipe. I've seen it. I'm sick of seeing the pipe, to be honest with you. So I'm not voting for an increase. I understand what water and sewer are, but I think that sometimes there's scare tactics used with, oh, we're gonna have to lay off this many or lay off that money, and I just think that you need to start looking at savings. Solar, wind power. The top of Bedford Street, we get a lot of wind up there. Put a wind turbine up there, generate some electricity. Let's look at ways to get more money for the water department that it's not coming from homeowners. I know my bill was high, I know Councilor Pelletier's bill was high, mine was over 7, his was over 9. And I wasn't home for 2 weeks in that quarter, so go figure.
I didn't get a rebate.
You didn't get one. Oh, I got 200, I still paid 400, so it wasn't like what I thought, but it is what it is. I pay my bills and just go along, but I'm not voting for any. I hear from people who are widows at home, elderly, that can't. I have a couple, they're both in their 90s. Their water bill was over $300 for 3 months. My husband went there with that purple dye to put in to see if they had a leak. They don't have a leak. How do people that, they don't really, they do a load of white, a load of docks every week. They don't have irrigation system in their yard. I mean, They wash a few dishes, 2 people. How many dishes that 2 people are gonna have? Could you imagine this going up even more? I mean, you know, they're doing well, he worked for the fire department, so did she. They're wonderful people, but they're living on a fixed income and they're paying over $300 for 3 months of water. I'm sorry, maybe I get the calls from the people that are struggling, I don't know. And I think that Council Lee mentioned it. And I would just say, sure, I'd increase if we were looking at all other options to generate revenue, not just simply, we'll ask for an increase. With that, Mr. President, I yield.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor in seat one,
So-
Councilor Kadim.
Can I just make a comment
Sure.
on a couple
Yeah,
of things?
absolutely.
Sure.
So in the past, we have done cement lining, cleaning and lining of the old water mains, rehabilitation of them rather than replacement. So that was something that we've done in the past. You know, I know a bunch of times you have mentioned solar through these discussions. We do currently use solar down at our wastewater treatment plant. We have it on top of our filter basins. We've had it there for as long as I've been here. So I think it was a couple of years before I came that we installed it. One thing that was looked at years ago too was a wind turbine down at the wastewater plant, but due to the residents around it and the fueling station to the south, there was a moratorium put on building it. So, you know, there are other revenue sources that we definitely are always looking for. Whether it be out-of-town customers, you know, trying to entice other out-of-town customers to use the out-of-town water and sewer that we sell to the surrounding communities, whether it be septage haulers to haul septage down to our wastewater treatment plant, which we charge for. You know, we're trying to get more of those septage haulers, so we are always trying to look for those other revenue sources. Any other ideas, again, you know, that was said by Ms. Sahadi tonight, any other ideas that anybody has, we are always interested in looking into those ideas.
Tell me what solar you have at the sewage treatment plant. The whole plant,
So it's
solar
at,
powered, or
at-
the turbines?
no, at the water treatment
The water
plant.
treatment plant.
Yep, so
What do
we,
you have there?
we have some solar panels, and that's a net metering, so that goes directly into the grid, and it just shaves off of the actual electricity bill that we pay.
For the entire building?
Yes.
For the entire building and the pumps and everything that you have in filtration?
Yeah, so it reduces our electric bill. The other thing that we just did this year actually is a cogen situation. So we just had our generator, some work done on our generator and a special permit put in place so we can actually work with the power company. When the power company gets their high peaks in the summer or the winter, we get a call, we flip over to generator power, we run our plant on generator power during that time frame, and we get a credit back from the power company for
I'm
that.
glad to hear that.
Yep, no,
I'm glad
it's
to hear
definitely
that.
something we're always
And I
looking
don't know
for.
about cement in there. I would check with that diamond drill bit. I think it's less expensive
Okay,
than cement.
no, I will.
I yield.
Thank you. Councilor in seat one, Councilor Kadim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just question. I was talking with Council Dion just a little while ago while everybody else was speaking, so we were being rude. But the conversation was about the fact that obviously there was additional revenue that was being generated because of the pandemic. And then we both thought at the exact same time, and then we hit the plexiglass because it was so exciting. When we were talking about the budget and we were looking at what we were anticipating for, you know, some retained earnings or free cash, however you want to define it, we were saying that we weren't anticipating a whole lot of free cash coming in from this year, right?
That's correct, Counselor.
So I guess if we're for the water and sewer, right? So if we've got more users at home generating and getting obviously billed for the use of water, if they're flushing more, they're washing laundry or whatever the case may be. So we are obviously generating more revenue than we anticipated because the usage is higher. But we haven't necessarily seen an offset. Like there's not additional cost, right? Because we've already purchased all our chemicals and everything like that. So
Right, but our usage has actually stayed constant. So there was a reduction within industrial. Some of our large industrial users were shut down through the pandemic. Swan Finishing, Maytag, some of those large users were closed down. So it's almost an offset, and I studied that very closely through the whole entire pandemic. The amount of water that we pumped, the amount of water that we billed, the amount of revenues that we were getting, because early on, I was concerned that revenues were seriously gonna lag, and we were gonna be in a deficit at the end of this year. To date, that, it has come around, and, with savings, in expenses, and our reduced revenues as expected, we're not gonna, it doesn't seem we're gonna be in a deficit for the end of the year, but our actual usage didn't increase.
So it was the industrial, right? Because I was, and I forgot that portion of it when I was walking through my logic, because even with the commercial piece in the restaurant, some restaurants were still open doing takeout, so there was still some usage going on. So there really probably wasn't a whole lot of change in terms of that. But so the industrial piece would offset the revenue.
Yes, and the other thing to keep in mind, and I'm sure you know this, but it's probably getting late, is the free cash that gets generated this year
It's not till
doesn't get
October.
used till next year.
Right. No.
So it doesn't go against this budget, it goes against 22's budget.
No, and that was just part of our strategic discussions that were going on in terms of, if that were the case, a happy medium would have been increasing the rates a little bit and then coming back in October or November to revisit the situation before our tax recap was set and all this other good stuff, to identify whether or not we would have to, if we could utilize retained earnings, if that was the will of the council. Not saying that I supported it, but to just in conversation, that's all. The project that the Hyacinth Street project. So there was two projects, right? There was one that was closer to Diamond.
Hyacinth Street South, we called that project.
South, okay. And then there was the other, I guess, north.
Hyacinth Street North, yes.
What was the total project of that with the purchase? Because we purchased the property for like 100, 150, or
I believe we were 145 on one lot and 160 and change on the other lot. The project itself was 950,000 was the bid amount. We're still closing that project out.
for north or
Both projects were contracted.
Combined.
Yeah, they were bid under the same construction project.
So you had 900,000 for the construction project, then 145, 160, whatever it was for the two properties.
Yep. And then we still have a crossing of Route 24 that we're working with Mass DOT to do prior to their milling of Route 24.
Okay. And then obviously where there's the chain link fence, and so is that all culvert, or is that going to be overgrown? We going to maintain that, or?
No, my plan, I'm a big person on maintaining what we put large capital investments in. Our dams being one of the things over the years we put large capital investments in. Our staff currently does a great job at maintaining those. We've been getting more and more of these culverts or swales through the city because that's what DEP wants to see, that's what EPA wants to see, that's what's mandated in the MS4 permit that we have. So maintenance of these, some of them can be seen through Oak Grove Cemetery or across the street from Oak Grove Cemetery. Some of them are down on these properties. If we don't maintain those, then they just fill in and the drainage system fails.
Okay.
So that really isn't an option. Through our permits, through our requirements, we need to maintain those.
So where's that draining to? So you're going to go cross 24
and then that goes into our interceptor drain, so our 2.5 mile long interceptor drain that conveys all that flow down to the South Watuppa Pond.
Is that when you drive in 24, you see that little, like, almost looks like a dam?
Yeah,
wall
yeah.
Or whatever it is, like a little raceway.
Yeah, about 1.5 years ago, we did all the clearing on the
Yeah,
side of that
okay.
to protect.
And that goes not into the drinking water, but the south.
South Watuppa. It protects any runoff from the city from going into our drinking water.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Just in terms of, I mean the rates just moving forward. I've talked about this before. It's one of those budgets that I think we have to fund, right? So you had mentioned the water main phase 20 for the replacement of that. That was, what was it, 7 cents, 11 cents?
Yeah, there was about 11 cents on the rates when it started off, and then
Just-
reducing down as the debt amortized out.
Right. Okay. So I mean, just looking at that, that's what we're going to see if it increases, and then obviously we'll offset it because some debt's starting to retire now after the phase 1, right? 20 years.
Correct.
It's a lean budget. I think we can sit here, we can go back and forth, and we can argue whether or not we can make some additional cuts elsewhere. But again, I've been in the situation where we've gotten the calls from the federal government saying, hey, listen, you've got to send us your budgetary document, you gotta send us what your plans are, you gotta get approval. I mean, they did it, it was, I think it was 2012, 13 for the sewer department as well, right? There was concerns about that in that facility over there, and
Yes, correct.
so I mean, it's real. It's not just Counselor in seat 7 just saying that it happens. It truly does happen, and the last thing you want to do is just have all these mandates that come down, and then especially if we can't meet those requirements, it becomes a little bit more challenging on top of it all with fines and things like that. So, yeah, I know there are colleagues who have stated that they and kind of committed to not raising rates, and and they've got difficult decisions. I respect that. I respect their consistency on the issues, so I don't fault them for that. I know it's a tough decision, but I do know that moving forward, I think we've got to do something to get this going, because obviously when you look at the pipe in front of you, these are the types of things that are being done, and oftentimes we take for granted, the clean water, being able to flush our toilets, not being on wells, right, and having a sewer system and not having to deal with septics and Title V's and all the associated costs that go with that, and failed D-boxes and leach fields and
Maintaining and protecting the environment.
Yep, yeah, having the buffers and so that there's a lot that goes into it, and again, I feel for it, because I've said it before. I don't want to have to pay additional water and sewer rates, and I don't want to have to pay additional taxes. I think we've got to try to find a happy medium, but it's unfortunate, or I guess it's fortunate in the situation that, from our standpoint, you are very lean, right? In both departments, and if we start cutting individuals, the jobs that we are doing would obviously have to be hired by contractors, and then the contractors are going to have a higher price. There's obviously a mock-up on everything that they do, so if we can do it internally with the individuals that have the licenses and the expertise, then I think it's a benefit to have. So again, I'm just going to urge my colleagues to support the budget that was put down, even if that does mean removing the $100,000, which I think is only 2 cents on the rate. I would still say that we should potentially try to keep the $100,000 in both the water and sewer to build up that rainy day funds, to get to the good practice and the guidelines that we should be following anyways. So the best practice of 10%, for our total cost in there, just
Reserves,
and
right.
when we get there for the reserves, then after 10 years, then we can pull back away from that. But that's just something that I would support. But I would urge my counselors to, at least at a minimum, just support the original appropriation and rate increases that came down by you. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Counselor. In seat 5, Counselor Lee.
I had a question, just very similar to when I had a conversation with Ms. Sahadi maybe a month ago or two. Is this a common occurrence that's going to have to happen every year?
Increase of the rates. So again, as stated by Counselor in seat 1, this year you approved a loan authorization for work replacement of water mains like this to be done. That comes with a cost. Within the packet, it was laid out what that cost was, what the impact was on the rate. So, will there be? I would have to say yes. Based on that, you can't just keep on putting it on the credit card and not pay the bills. So,
And this is just for the unforeseen future, right?
Every year a budget is built. As Ms. Sahadi started off her presentation earlier tonight with zero-based budgeting. You go through my budget and every line item is adjusted for what the needs are for this year. So if next year we have a savings, on chemical, a contractor comes in and a reduced bid, that savings would be realized. So, it's tough to say, predict the future on the budgets, when you do zero-based budgeting.
And basically, you need a 1.1% raise, and you need a 1.4% raise, or else multiple cuts are going to be made.
Yes. You look through my budget again, and there are line items within that budget that I already cut this year. last year, it was a tough budget. Every year is a tough budget. Anytime there's a rate increase or an impact to our customers is very tough. I know it's a tough decision for you to make. It's a tough question for me to have to
And
ask
you're
you to
aware
make
of how
that.
the city is, constructed. I mean, again, I'll say it again, we're not a wealthy city. You know,
Correct.
It's dropping a hammer on a population of people, literally and statistically, 70% are, living in financial struggles. So when you know that, and then you see, what you're gonna be looking at, what you're gonna be coming to the council every year asking for, give us the clogged artery pipe and the whole 9 yards, but it's like, when the people want to know, it's not just I'm not just sitting here. This is me, but it's not just me. People want to know, when does it stop? When does it actually? When do you turn the faucet off? It's just it's the people are gonna eventually get tired of this. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're way past tired for the most part. I yield.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor in seat 6, Counselor Peckham.
All right. I don't even know how you say this. Everybody I've asked can't pronounce it either. Veolia contract.
Veolia.
What are they? What do they do?
So they're a private contractor that provides O&M for our wastewater treatment plant. So they provide all the staff and labor for our wastewater plant and our sewer collection system.
Is there a reason why it's increasing $368,746?
They have a contract with the city, 10-year contract that was bid out. We're going into year 7 of the contract.
Does that increase every year as well?
Yes.
So there is going to be an increase every year just to cover their cost alone.
Again, based on zero-based budgeting, we look
Yeah.
at the budget every year.
I get it. I get the
but-
position you're in. Yeah, but like Council Lee said, we have to weigh all options, and I have to look at the position that the citizens are in. I believe it was an ordinance meeting recently. We were talking about a pickup truck for the water department watchman.
Yes.
Had 133,000 miles on it. Was there a request to buy a new truck
Yes.
in there? We have police cars with 230,000 miles on them. At some point we got to kind of try to weigh where the importances are.
Yep.
The pickup truck, what would that cost? Brand new 150, maybe 60 grand.
I believe that I budgeted at 50.
50. So that's one of those positions right there. If we just scratch the truck, I would echo what Councilor in seat 8 said. Excuse me, I'm tired. It's 20 past 10. And try to make cuts before we go to the taxpayer to take, like you said, put it on a credit card. Well, the taxpayer's got to pay that bill on that credit
Without a
card.
doubt.
So I would love to try to find other areas to explore to come up with the money, rather than just to say, hey, we need X amount of dollars, or we're laying off X amount of guys. You know what I'm saying? I would have liked to have seen something done beforehand.
No, again, within the budgets that were proposed, the budget, if there is no rate increase, does include cutting all capital expenses, does include any other non-fixed costs that can be cut. So, that's it. Layoffs is not the first thing that we want to do.
I
Me
believe
going
that
to
they
my guys, trying to explain to them what's, with the budget proceedings ongoing, is not a comfortable thing to do. It's not something that anybody wants to do.
Of course not.
I
I was told also that this company's going to have to let go of some people as well. the
Yeah,
Veolia.
so we would have to renegotiate the contract to reduce staffing.
So they're going to reduce staff, and then next year we're going to come back and it's going to increase again.
Again, it would be a basis of the renegotiation of whatever we do in the contract.
Okay. The debt service increase,
Yes.
what's that?
So that is loans that that are repaid. So that's loans that came online this year, most likely for construction projects from 2 years ago, or notes payable that are due this year
Okay.
for current construction projects.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Anything further? Counselor in seat 8? Counselor
Yeah,
Farrar.
I just have one other thing to say, and it's not Mr. Ferland's fault, but he just told you, to fix Hyacinth Street's drainage problem, we paid almost $1 million, $900,000, right? Why? Why did the taxpayers have to pay for a drainage problem in an area where developers developed those properties, got sign-offs from everybody, and we paid? What did it cost us to redo Stevens Street? That was well over $1 million.
I thought we were in 640,000, but don't hold me to that, but it was just a substantial amount.
So they're taking money out of their budget to repair drainage problems in areas. I don't know what it's gonna cost you to fix the drainage problem down near Johnny Repose's, what's that, Whitefield Street. What's it gonna cost you to fix a drainage problem there? That planning and zoning or whatever, they give people permission, they build all these houses, and now you got houses sinking. So now we have to vote to spend money, comes from the water department, to spend money to fix drainage problems.
Yeah.
So think about it, $1 million alone on Hyacinth Street, you wouldn't be looking at an increase. And that's not Mr. Ferland's fault. But those are things that the city really needs to look at as a whole. I remember Stevens Street, going to that lady's house where she opened up her washing machine and she had mulch from her neighbor's yard in her washing machine. She'd lived there 72 years, she was born in that house. Lived there something like 72 years, and now they built all these homes, and she got stuck with a water problem. And then the city has to go and fix it. That's why when they build these developments and they have retention ponds, then they come here, they want the city to take over that retention pond. You bought a house knowing there was a retention pond. I don't want to take it over, that's more work for the water department. So things like that too, and not Mr. Ferland's fault, but things like that need to be looked at. So, and is Mr. Sullivan coming back on board as a consultant? Somebody told me he was back on board as a consultant.
So Mr. Sullivan is a contract employee at the water plant as a licensed operator. So we're down 2 licensed operators at the water plant right now. Due to the COVID pandemic, there was definite concern of not, if something went through our plant, that we wouldn't have anybody to operate our plant besides myself. So that's why he was brought back on.
So how many hours does he work?
He's on an as-needed basis. So he's worked 2 weeks now just to train within the plant to become familiar with our operations at 8 hours per day.
He can't, at $80 a day, did you say?
No,
Oh.
8 hours a day.
8 hours a day.
Yes.
But he can't work after so many hours because he's retired, is that true or not? I don't know.
There is, I'm not sure about the retirement, but I know there is a hourly restriction that.
Is he
may
one
be-
of these in here that you'd have to get rid of? If you needed him?
Well-
He's the only one licensed, I can't see you'd get rid of him.
No, again, he's a contract employee, so no, he's not an actual employee for the
Okay,
city. He
so
doesn't
he would-
get any benefits or anything
So he
like
would
that.
still be able to help you out and make sure that the plant is running. Good, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, with that I yield.
Thank you. Anything further? Council in seat 5, 4, Council Vice President LeBeau.
Thank you. I just have a question. Mary, when we were at a briefing earlier, I had asked that we had been putting the 100,000 in each water and sewer each year, but wasn't the answer no?
Well, the $100,000 that Councilor Kadim recommended that we put into each of the funds for the revised budget, we've now taken out as a result of last Tuesday's meeting.
Right, but we were doing that for several years.
But we have been putting into the stabilization fund, that's correct.
Every year, 100,000 to each account.
No.
That is from free cash.
Right.
From
So-
free cash.
Right, free cash.
And
So that's not a budgeted amount, a
All right.
line item within the budget.
It was
Right.
from free cash. Okay.
Right.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that. I yield.
Thank you. No further questions before the council. Is there a motion to refer to full council?
Motion to refer.
Motion to refer to full council has been made by Councilor Pereira, seconded by Councilor Peckham. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Next item on our agenda is transfers and appropriations, which is also on our agenda. Any questions? It's item 6 on our agenda. Mrs. Sahadi, if you could just give us a brief overview of these items and the reason for the transfer, please?
Yes, certainly. So every year at the end of the year, in your first meeting in July, we bring to you the transfers and appropriations from certain departments that have surpluses to certain departments that have deficits. This year, again, being an unusual year, the Department of Revenue, the Division of Local Services, has recommended that the transfer be made prior to the end of June 30th, I think primarily so that they can be sure that all communities are looking at where their surpluses and or deficits are. We still will have the ability to come back to you one more time if we find that we have any others to appropriate, but you can see, and I'll just point out the twos, if you will, as opposed to where the money is coming from. The first one is administrative services. That's the legal department. That's the cost of the court case that you're all aware of that occurred earlier in the year. Community maintenance, that I believe is trash in terms of the increase in the rate for disposal, not collection. I don't know what the $18 is. It must have been a miscalculation of the salaries in this department. The elections was the special election, an increase over the budget for the poll workers of $14,000. Snow removal, we talked about that a little bit earlier. I know we didn't have any significant snow, but we did early on incur some costs. Debt service, we worked very closely with our financial advisors for Southwest, and we determined that it made more sense based on the rates to pay off some debt this year. Again, before the pandemic, so we assumed we were going to have some additional revenue, so we elected to pay off some debt, some principal on the debt, as opposed to going long-term and having additional interest on that. The Diamond assessment came in $20,000 higher. Insurance is a combination. I'm sorry, I didn't look that one up before we came down, but I believe that's a combination of unemployment insurance and not property insurance. But I can get back to you on that one specifically. And the school appropriation, as you know, there's a amount that has been calculated based on the information that Mr. Almeida had initially submitted to the DESE, requiring a $1.6 million potential shortfall in FY20. And as we discussed earlier tonight, we know that number is going to be even higher than that. So at this point, the school committee or members of the school committee have asked that be appropriated and transferred with this transfer. So I obliged and including it in here. That money is coming directly out of the surpluses in the school transportation line. So you'll see above the line where some of this money is coming from. I don't know if anyone has any questions with regard to it specifically.
Counselor in seat one, Counselor Kadim.
Thank you. Just, can you just elaborate a little bit? So community maintenance expenses, you said it was for not the disposal, but the rates?
Yes, disposal and recycling, and Mr. Perry left us, I believe.
So
so he could have spoken to that specific item.
Was it not, did we not anticipate the
We had an increase in the rates,
mid-year?
yes, I think October-ish.
What's the,
And I believe
what's
the
our contract,
tonnage,
what's our contract with the, is it a yearly contract?
yes, and it's being negotiated now for an additional increase. You'll see in the May budget that we presented, Mr. Perry shows the tonnage at one rate for, I believe it's 2 months, and then for the remaining 10 months, an additional rate.
Okay. Then just the school appropriation, just again, reason for, and it's probably 6 of one, half dozen of another, but why are we looking to take it from the transportation and not the health care trust funds? And the only reason I say that is just because obviously it would require 2/3 to come out of the trust fund, right? And only because it would only be spent for healthcare related items if it's in the trust fund. So I think just in the event that we don't have the support in the future to remove money out of the healthcare trust fund, we would need 2/3 of the council to make that adjustment. That's just me, and I think right now, if we're saying, I think we would all be in agreement now if we're saying that there's a savings of money coming from the healthcare, and that's in the healthcare trust fund, that we would say, okay, let's pull that out of the trust fund and give it to the schools because it wasn't truly put in there, right? I think once we start having conversations later on and we don't know why there's a balance in there and people just automatically assume that we've built it up to either, build up a slush fund and it's only going to be used for holidays, or I don't know, some offset or whatever the case may be. And we don't really necessarily do holidays on our side, but
Exactly.
It's on the
I
employee side.
think
but-
going forward, we're going to need the excess money in the employer trust fund for the additional monies that will be due to the school department as a result of savings in healthcare for this last quarter. This would have been savings in healthcare during the first 9 months, if you will, of the year, as a result of the estimates that Mr. Almeida originally included in the budget back the May prior, or the April or February prior to the beginning of this last fiscal year. In addition, if we were to leave it in transportation and take it from the trust fund as a separate transfer, we would be creating free cash
and just have
in the
wait for
general fund.
certification.
Right.
No,
So
I know that, and
we're
at some
kinda
point
be-
we're either but at that point we could appropriate the free cash with a simple majority, unless you put it into if you throw it into the
Well, I'm
stabilization account.
hopeful that the
Yeah.
entire council would be supportive of the transfer if it was needed.
Okay. All right, with that I yield.
Thank you. Any further Councilman seat 8, Council Parra?
How much money, Mrs. Sahadi, is in the employer trust fund today?
I don't have that with me today. I'm sorry. I
It's
can,
not a substantial amount of money. It's not like we have $2 million in there.
well, no, that's correct. I believe we began the fiscal year, I shouldn't answer because I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, my understanding was we had enough in there to meet 3 months of what we anticipated as bills that we would have to pay.
Generally speaking, that is correct. Blue Cross holds a deposit, and that
Right.
deposit covers some portion of it. We also cover all of our incurred but not reported claims, so we include that as a liability. And we have a balance in the retained earnings, or the fund balance, so.
Okay. With that, I yield, Mr.
Thank you.
President.
Any further questions? Hearing none.
Just, I'm sorry, just
Counselor in seat
on the healthcare piece, just to elaborate a little bit on Counselor in seat 8. All of the, what was it, $34 million roughly that we appropriate, was that all transferred over?
Yes.
So,
So the way Fall River does their appropriation, as you know, which is different in a lot of communities that are self-insured, is they transfer into that trust fund 100% of what the appropriation is, divided by 12 months. So annually, they transfer the entire amount.
so how much savings is in there? So we've got to have significant savings between the city side, right, and the town side, right? Because the city, I mean, we've budgeted pre-pandemic of $34 million. That went over there, right? So now we've got obviously actuals not coming in.
Right, but
Right,
right
so-
now, and I'd have to check with Ms. Argo tomorrow in terms of where we're at, but right now, remember, we're 2 months in the rear, so we only have 1 month of significant savings that
Right, but
we've
it-
shown reported. So
Right,
I'm
but-
assuming the next 2 months will show the same,
Yep. So
but we
you're going
don't
to
know
have
that right now.
right. So I mean, almost nobody was using
Right.
because there's no services
Right,
to be had unless you were really, really ill and then you're at the
That's
hospital,
correct.
right? So there was no elective surgery. There was the rehabs for a very long time were shut down.
we agree.
So I mean, I would assume that you've got a a pretty hefty. I mean, there's got to be millions in there in terms of on the city side, along with.
I again.
If you're looking at the school size of 1.6, I mean, I would say a conservative estimate would be you're pretty close to the exact same thing on the city side.
The school side represents about 57%.
Right. So, but you probably got another million in there, right? So you should have like $3 million,
I
right?
hope so by the end of the fiscal year.
Okay.
That's,
Can you just send us a balance on that, just an account? Because I just like to know where we are with that. Where, beginning balance and then where we end up at the year end?
Certainly.
Okay. I yield.
Thank you, Counselor in seat 8. Counselor Pereira?
That's a big issue at the retirement board meetings that we have once a month. One of the big issues that always comes up with a lot of the retirees is always on, the healthcare insurance and, we are self-insured, et cetera, and how much money is in the employee side and how much is in the employer's side. We should have 3 times what they have. But I think we've spoken about that several times here, where we've never had 3 times what the employees have had, because as long as there is enough in there to be able to meet 3 months at least of medical bills, that we have enough to do that. But there's people that think, no, the way the law is written is that you have to have 3 times as much in there. And at one point, the employer's side borrowed money from the employee's side to do something. So I know there's a lot of static and a lot of back and forth on that. And, hopefully the lady from Blue Cross would shed some light on that. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Any further questions? Hearing none, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn finance has been made by Counselor Pereira, seconded by Counselor Peckham. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Former City Council, regular City Council meeting will now be called to order. Madam Clerk?
Can we just take a 2-minute break? Just 2 minutes for people to stretch their legs and I have to go to the bathroom.
2 minutes. Literally 2 minutes. Fall River City Council meeting will now be called to order. Madam Clerk.
Councilors Kadim?
Here.
Dion?
Here.
Kilby?
Here.
Kilby? Lullaby LeBeau? Here. Lee?
Here.
Peckham?
Here.
Pelletier?
Yeah.
Pereira?
Here.
And President Ponti.
Here, if everybody in the chamber, councilors, please rise for a moment of silent prayer. Thank you, and a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance.
To the flag. United States of America.
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pursuant to the open meeting law, any person may make an audio or video recording of this public meeting or may transmit the meeting through any medium. Attendees are therefore advised that such recordings or transmissions are being made, whether perceived or unperceived by those present, and are deemed acknowledged and permissible. Madam Clerk, good evening.
The first item before you this evening is a communication from the mayor and the continuing appropriation order,
Motion to adopt.
112 budget.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
The continuing appropriation has been made by Councilor Pereira, seconded by Councilor Peckham. Discussion, Councilor in seat 2, Councilor Dion.
Just one question. So if this is approved, it's gonna be for 1 month, just for the month of
It
July?
is for the month of July only, yes.
Thank you. With that, I yield.
You're very welcome. Hearing no further questions or discussions on this item, a motion has been made and seconded. Roll call.
On adoption, Councilors Kadim?
Yes.
Dion?
Yes.
Kilby? Lullaby LeBeau?
Yes.
Lee?
Yes.
Peckham?
Yes.
Pelletier?
Yes.
Pereira?
Yes.
And President Ponti.
Yes, motion carries.
Item number 2 is a communication from the mayor and a resolution regarding the boundaries of the waterfront downtown HD zone to include the Adams House.
Is there a motion to lift this item from the table?
Motion
Motion.
lift.
Motion to lift the item from the
Second.
table has been made by Councilor Pelletier, seconded by Councilor Dion. Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Is there a motion?
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Motion to accept the communication and adopt the resolution has been made by Councilor Pereira, seconded by
Second.
Councilor Pelletier. Discussion, Councilor in seat 8, Councilor Pereira.
The only issue is that we had tabled this because we wanted to hear from Corporation Counsel, even though I read the letter from Attorney Kenny that talked about it. HD zone is not, this is not considered spot zoning, so, because it's a 40V district, which is not, I guess Mr. Kenny was right, and it was viewed by Corporation Counsel. I believe we have it in the packet, so.
Yeah.
I'm ready to vote on it.
Thank you, Councilor. In seat 6, Councilor Peckham.
I just want to place on record that I did read the letter as well, and in there is a specific word, opinion, and I know there's an attorney that is fighting it, so I did put it forward for legality purposes. I will go with our corporation counsel on this, but I just want it noted that the word opinion is in the letter, and there is further correspondence from another attorney from a neighborhood association that may be apparently challenging this. So I just wanted to put that on record. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Yeah.
Councilor in seat 5, Councilor Lee.
I just wanted to, my problem with this was I just wanted to make sure that other people in that area were also able to, have the same benefits that this Adams House is getting as far as tax credits and things like that. And I was able to get a yes on that. I was able to get confirmation on that. So I'm ready to vote on this as well.
Very
I
nice.
yield.
Councilor in seat 8, Councilor Pereira.
I just wanted to bring out a point, that oftentimes when we get letters from Corporation Counsel over the years, they always put in their opinion.
Yeah.
Because they can't do it any other way, so having the word opinion, working with so many attorneys that I've worked with, I always see that. I don't think it's odd, just to kind of give you a heads up.
Okay.
Well,
thank
point of information on this is that we did ask for a legal opinion, technically.
Right.
So.
Right.
If I,
Anything further?
you're not gonna,
Councilor in seat 1.
yeah, seen the head nod.
Councilor Kadim, I didn't see you.
Yeah, sure you didn't. We made eye contact. Just to, not to belabor the point, but the reason it's a legal opinion is because no attorney will guarantee that in a court of law that whatever they're telling you is going to be in actual fines. Because again, it's always interpretation of the law, so everybody has a different opinion on how to interpret the law. So when you go to court, that's why it's always legal opinion. So
I appreciate the clarification, seat 1 and seat 8. I do, thank you.
Motion has been made to accept the communication and adopt the resolution. Hearing no further discussion, roll call.
Councilor Kadim?
Yes.
Dion?
Yes.
Kilby? Lullaby LeBeau?
Yes.
Lee?
Yes.
Peckham?
Yes.
Pelletier?
Yes.
Pereira?
Yes.
President Pine?
Abstain.
Item number 3 is the mayor's request for an appointment for Ann Elizabeth Keene to the Redevelopment Authority.
Motion to approve?
Motion to confirm the appointment has been made by Councilor Pereira, seconded by Councilor Peckham. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
The ayes have it.
We have the appointment of Ricky Sahadi to the, as an alternate member of the Board of Appeals.
Is there a motion to confirm the appointment or deny?
A motion to confirm?
Motion to confirm the appointment has
I'll
been made by
second it.
Councilor Pereira, seconded by Councilor Peckham. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor? Opposed? The ayes have it. Items C and D for Amber Burns to the
we
Park
take them
Board of,
together?
Amber Burns to the Park Board of Commissioners and Joseph Da Silva to the Board of Park Commissioners has been withdrawn at this time from the mayor. No action necessary on C and D. Madam Clerk, is it appropriate to give it leave to withdraw at this time, or is no action necessary?
We can give the item leave to withdraw. The mayor will resubmit.
Yeah, the mayor's going to be resubmitting at a later date.
Motion made.
Motion to give the item leave to withdraw has been made.
Second.
Seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Item E?
Mr. President,
Yes, Counselor?
I wanted to say something on that leave to withdraw,
We don't have discussion on leave to withdraw.
but I wanted to say something before you made a motion for leave
Okay,
to withdraw. No, because there's other issues here that I think my colleagues should know.
I did want to talk about it as well, but I'll.
We've already made the motion to give the item leave to withdraw. It's going to be back before the council. There's legal issues going on before it. We can have that discussion at that time. Next item on the agenda.
I feel like I'm being stifled.
The next
I
item
don't mean for a counselor.
It's all right, go ahead,
Motion to
continue.
reorg. I'm sorry.
The next item on the agenda is the appointment of Nelia Raposa as the Administrative Assistant to the Board of Assessors.
Motion to adopt.
Motion to confirm the appointment has been made by Councilor Lee, seconded by Councilor Peckham. Discussion. Councilor in seat 1, discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. You're my president.
Thank you.
Just a question. Administrative assistant to the Board of Assessors, is that,
What does that mean?
isn't she the assessor?
You're an administrator of assessing, yeah.
In what?
Administrator of assessing, that's the title of the.
Administrative assistant to the Board of Assessors and administrator of assessing, that's what it's,
That's
okay.
the actual title, yes.
We've never done the confirmation before, was it temporary?
It was temporary.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I yield.
Discussion? Hearing no further discussion, motion has been made and seconded to confirm. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Item number 4 is a communication from the mayor and an order to accept a gift of appliances and furniture from American Freight to the Fall River Fire Department.
Motion to adopt, Mr.
Motion
President.
to adopt the gift has been made by Councilor Kadim,
Second.
seconded by Councilor Peckham. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Item number 5 is a communication from the mayor in 2 orders. The first is accepting a gift of 250 cobblestones
boy.
from the Bank Street Neighborhood Association.
I think that's wrong.
Is there a motion?
I have a question on it before I make a motion.
Councilor in seat 8, Councilor Pereira.
It says that we're accepting a gift of 250 cobblestones from Bank Street. I thought we were giving Bank Street 250 cobblestones to do in the garden that they have in the Bank Street neighborhood.
Madam Clerk?
I stand corrected. The letter says, the request for the approval of 250 cobblestones to be donated to the Bank
Okay.
Street neighborhood.
Then I make a
Community
motion that
greenhouse.
we allow that.
Second.
Motion to adopt and accept, it's late for me too. Motion to adopt giving 250 cobblestones to the Bank Street
Yes.
Neighborhood Association has been made and seconded by Councilor Pelletier. Discussion. Councilor in seat 1, Councilor Kadim.
Are we going to have guarantees that the 250 cobblestones that are going to the neighborhood association, that the Fall River Police Department will not be called to any one of those individuals' home or homes? No.
It's a valid question.
That is a valid question.
I'm not calling the police.
Okay. Yeah, Coogan's not gonna call the police
I-
on that,
I
right?
highly
Okay.
doubt it.
All right. I yield.
Thank you. Motion has been made and seconded. Hearing no further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
The second item is a request for authorization to enact a compost recycling program.
Motion to adopt.
Motion to
Oh,
adopt.
refer to ordinance.
Motion to refer to ordinance has been
Sorry.
made by Councilor
I'll
Kadim,
second.
seconded by Councilor Dion. Discussion. Councilor in seat 5, Councilor Lee.
Just on record to say I'm in full favor of this. I yield.
Thank you. Councilor in seat 8, Councilor Pereira.
Would this be appropriate to get some more information on how this composting is going to work? To have that go to the Committee on Environment first and then go to ordinance?
You can move it to me. I got no problem with that.
It's up to whatever the council would like to do. I think that's an appropriate venue, environmental affairs, and then if they have any
Yeah.
things, they can refer it back to the ordinance committee.
Counselor, however, he is looking to also establish an ordinance, so it will need to go to the ordinance committee ultimately.
I mean, we could-
anyway.
Ultimately, it will, but I think Councilor Lee has come out with wanting to do the composting. He's concerned with the environment. He chairs the Environment Committee. I think it should go there first to see what it is that doesn't he chair Environment?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
Maybe it should go there first for discussion and then go to ordinance. I don't know. My thought. With that, I yield.
Councilor in seat 5, Councilor
So
Lee.
I don't have a problem with it going to my table. I just don't want to make this a bureaucracy. You know, if its purpose is to get to ordinance, and we can do any deliberation that we do in my subcommittee, we can do it in the ordinance subcommittee, I assume. But if not, and if it needs to go to me first, I have absolutely no problem with that. So I yield. I think it's just a matter of expediting the process and making sure that we do it
The
the right way.
expediting process would
Yeah.
be to refer to the ordinance committee for quickest action
Yeah.
because an ordinance needs to be established.
Yeah.
But if you want to, if the council's position is to vet it further and then refer to ordinance, that can happen too. But the quickest way, ordinance, back to full council.
I'm on both committees, so I don't have a problem doing it, going to ordinance.
The motion currently on the table is to refer to ordinance. I haven't heard any other motion. Any discussion on the referral? Back to
I
the
yield, I
ordinance
yield.
committee. Any
I
dis-
just
Council
wanted
in
to
seat 2,
comment-
Councilor Dion.
Sorry. Thank you. I just wanted to comment, in my discussions with Mr. Perry, there are, I believe, 100 compost units that will be sold for X number of dollars each.
Yeah.
So people can compost in their yards as opposed to putting out their yard waste. So it's basically whether we accept that process and selling those compost bins. So maybe that's why it was just, trying to take the shortest route so they could just get up and running. With that, I yield.
And just so everybody knows, everybody that's on the Environmental Affairs Committee is also on the Ordinance Committee.
Was that planned?
Yeah.
Councilman seat 8, Councilor
I
Pereira.
didn't know anything about what the composting, the fee for the composting bins or whatever. I mean, I just know that Council Lee had really worked on this through his campaign, talked a lot about, and I just wanted to give him the opportunity to bring about whatever concerns and thoughts he had, and then whatever they decided would go in. If they've already decided it's gonna be a $25 fee, and people are gonna get them, then I guess it can just go to ordinance.
So,
I yield, go ahead.
Councilor Lee.
so again, I support composting, and really what my real goal with the composting is I read a lot about the program in Cambridge and how it was not just an environmentally beneficial program, but it was also saving the city money, which is two things that I really would have liked to accomplish. Whether it goes to my subcommittee or whether it goes to the ordinance committee, we can hash out the details of how it looks and what that is, and go from there. So I feel like it's going to go a lot faster going to the ordinance committee. So that's what I feel. And it's not a disrespect to Council Seat 8. I appreciate what I appreciate that.
I believe
So-
she's just trying to,
Yeah.
she's just trying to help and give you
Yep.
the proper recognition.
And because I'm on that committee, I feel confident that my colleagues will, ask all the right questions as they always do. So,
Absolutely.
I yield on that.
The motion that is on the table right now is to refer to ordinance. Any further discussion on the referral? Hearing none. Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Any opposed? No, the ayes have it.
Item number 6 is the appropriation order for FY 20 year-end obligations.
Motion.
Motion to adopt, Madam Clerk, are we going to adopt it all as one
It's one order.
order? Motion to adopt the order has been made
Second.
and seconded. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Have a communication from the Board of Election Commissioners and warrants for the state preliminary election and state election held in September, on September 1st of this year and November 3rd.
Motion to accept the communication and adopt the order, Mr. President.
Motion has been made by Councilor Kadim to accept the communication and adopt the order. Has been made by Councilor Kadim.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Pereira. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Have the planning board's recommendation for the acceptance of Granite Street from Purchase Street to Rock. This item was tabled on March 10th.
Is there a motion to lift the item from the table?
Motion to lift the item. from the
Motion to
table.
lift the item has been made by Councilor Pereira, seconded by Councilor Dion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Is there a motion?
Motion to adopt the acceptance of Granite Street from Purchase Street.
Motion to accept the planning board's recommendation to adopt the order for plans has been made by Councilor Pereira.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Dion. Discussion, Councilor in seat 8, Councilor Pereira.
This was tabled, and it went to planning, and it went to traffic. One of the items, Granite Street, was one of those streetscape roads that got paved when we didn't even own the street, so we should accept it. However, if you go by Granite Street from Purchase to Rock, there's only probably about 3 parking spaces that you're gonna get. And I got a call from somebody that had parked there, no meter, worked over at the post office, and was told by the city, there's no parking signs there because it's a private way. I don't know who put the parking signs. But the city then tells the woman, you need to move your car or it's gonna get towed. I don't think the city can go on a private way and tell somebody the car's gonna get towed. In the information that I got from traffic was their acceptance of the street, they're recommending that it be a one-way and that they put a few meters. If we're looking at other ideas for meters, why are we gonna drill holes and put 3 meters there? It's not gonna generate a lot or make it a one-way at this point. This point, we've accepted it, and then we can see what needs to be done with it at a later date. So I would accept it, but without any changes being done to that street, because it certainly has to come to ordinance first. With that, I yield.
Any further questions? Councilor in seat 4, Council Vice President LeBeau.
There's the business at the end of that street on Rock Street still has no parking signs up. I don't think they have the right to have those signs up.
Madam Clerk, could we send a communication
business?
over to those, the enforcer in the traffic department on that, please? To get a clarification from Council Vice President?
Just point of information, which business?
I don't know. What business?
I don't know.
Businesses. There's businesses.
Not the one you're thinking of.
It's not on Rock Street.
Anything further? Hearing none, the motion has been made and seconded. Hearing no further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Have a miscellaneous traffic ordinance for passage through final ordination.
Motion to pass to be ordained.
Motion to pass to be ordained has been made by Councilor Kadim.
Second.
Seconded by Council Vice President LeBeau. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
The order granting permission for the poll location at Harrison Street.
Motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt the poll
Second.
location on Harrison has been made by Councilor Kadim, seconded by Councilor Dion. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Order granting permission for poll location on Quarry Street.
Motion to adopt
Second.
has been made by Councilor Kadim, seconded by
Second.
Councilor Peckham. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Motion to take items 12 to 14 together.
Motion to take items 12, 13, and 14 together has been made
Second.
by Councilor Kadim, seconded by Councilor Pereira. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion to adopt would be appropriate.
So moved.
Motion to adopt has been made by Councilor Kadim, seconded by Councilor Peckham. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
We have a number of claims.
Refer to
Motion to refer to Corporation Council.
Motion to refer to Corporation Council has been made
Second.
by Councilor Pereira, seconded by Councilor Dion. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Minutes
Motion
of the
16,
planning board.
17, 18, and 19 together.
Motion to take the minutes 16 through 19 has been made by Councilor
Second.
Pereira, seconded by Councilor Dion. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
motion to accept and approve.
Motion to approve has been made by Councilor Kadim.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor
And
Dion.
accept.
Motion to approve and accept the minutes for 16, 17, 18, and 19 has been made by Councilor Kadim, seconded by Councilor Dion. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Committee on Finance, at a meeting held on June 23rd, voted unanimously to recommend the accompanying budget appropriation order be referred to the full council for action. This is the FY21 budget submission of the EMS.
Motion to adopt.
Motion to
Second.
adopt has been made by Councilor Kadim, seconded by Councilor Pereira. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
The Committee on Finance, at a meeting held on June 23rd, voted unanimously to recommend that the accompanying budget appropriation orders be referred to the full council for action, with Councilor Kilby absent and not voting. This is the FY21 revised budget submission of the Water and Sewer Divisions.
Motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt has been made by Councilor Kadim, seconded by Councilor Pelletier. Discussion. Roll call.
Councilors Kadim?
Yes.
Dion?
No.
Kilby? La Liberty LeBeau?
Yes.
Lee?
No.
Peckham?
No.
Pelletier?
Yes.
Pereira?
No.
President Ponti?
Yes.
The motion does not carry.
Tied.
4-4?
4-4.
Motion to adopt.
Can't do that.
It's a no vote. It's a negative.
Madam Clerk, there's no additional action necessary. The City Council has the ability in that line item to reduce, reject, or approve, specifically that appropriation. The City Council has just rejected it, so we denied it. Is there any additional action necessary from the City Council to reduce, or are we going to just go on record by rejecting it? We all know what the consequences of this are. I'm not trying to change anybody's mind for reconsideration, but I want to remind the council that at the last city council meeting, there was a loan order before us of over $4.5 million that had an impact on the rates of over 13 cents. And we had this presentation, we had the questions that were asked, and I just want to urge this council that there is some serious consequences at this point, this late in the game. And there was most likely we'll be scheduling another meeting, an emergency meeting between now and July 1st, or there's going to be big issues within this department. Again, we had no issues as a body to consider a loan order that has just as much of an impact to the tax, to the water rate, and we have just rejected the water and sewer enterprise account. I just want everybody to be aware what we just did. So we have a couple of options before us.
Is it possible to file a motion to have an emergency meeting on this topic while we have full council?
We did, but we just did that for about,
Just point of order, Mr. Point of information, I guess.
You can reduce
We are missing one counselor, so one way or the other, we know which way this is going, either up or down, right? So right
That's
now,
right.
we're at a stalemate.
we are, yeah, 4-4. So, if it's the will of the council to schedule another meeting,
I'd like to file a motion to schedule another meeting.
Second.
Totally not necessary, we will schedule a meeting.
You can also reduce.
Madam Clerk,
I'm sorry?
we don't need a motion for schedule a meeting. I could schedule it within 48 hours, right? The city council has the ability to reduce, reject, or approve. We've already denied the motion.
Oh.
Council in seat 7, Councilor Pelletier.
Reduce.
We have 9 counselors. 9 counselors. Why do we have one walk out every other week? We have a job and an obligation to do. It messes everything up. Come on, we're 9. You can't stay till closing time for crying out loud. It puts everybody on a bubble. It's not right. Should stay here or quit or go home or do what he wants to do.
Well, I just want, I appreciate the comments. I will tell you that the counselor was not feeling well tonight. He did leave early. So I mean,
So
that's
what
a decision.
happened 3 weeks ago and
I-
last month and the month before? They mark everything down. He's been out a lot.
Well, we're going to be, at this
Mr.
point-
President, can I make a motion? I make a motion that we reduce the water, hold on, give me a second. Come up with a good one. What was the total revenue? Can I ask, motion with
motion to waive the rules has been made by Counselor Kadim,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Peckham. To bring Mr. Ferlin and Mrs. Sahadi down has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Mrs. Sahadi and Mr. Ferlin, I would like you to re-emphasize to the City Council one more time the amount and the impact that this will have. And if we cannot, for whatever reason, schedule a special meeting between now and July 1st, what does that mean?
A point of information, Councilor seat 1 still has the floor, right?
Yes.
That is correct, yes. They waived the rules, and I just wanted the clarification to be brought out to the council so we're aware of what's happening. Councilor Kadim, you have the floor.
What was, on the water side, total rate increase was
16 cents, Counselor.
16 cents, and each penny equals,
On the water side, 1 cent is 31,000, roughly thereabouts.
Now, I will say in front of you is the revised budget. If you chose to reduce that to the original budget, if I'm correct, Mr. Ferlin,
Yes,
you
sir.
could reduce the budget by the $100,000 that was inserted as part of the revision, based on this council's request.
So that was what we discussed tonight with the 16-cent impact.
What'd you say, Mr.
So-
Phil?
So that was what was discussed earlier tonight with the 16-cent impact on the water division in the 7 cents on the sewer was the original proposed budget. The revised budget that you just voted on was the, and I believe, if I'm incorrect, if the clerk could answer me, they just voted on the revised budget, which had a rate impact of 11 cents on the sewer and $2 on the stormwater, and 19 cents overall on the water. So the original budget, I believe, is the council has not yet voted on.
so I'd like to make a motion to reduce the sewer budget by $336,160, which is the increase from FY '20. And in addition to that reduction, I want to take $336,160 from the stabilization account, which will require 2/3 vote by the city council, and appropriate that to the stabilization account, therefore lowering the rate by 16 cents, which I will say is utilizing one-time monies
Setting
and
up a
creating
structural deficit.
structural deficit, but that's my motion.
Second.
Motion has been made by Counselor Kadim. Madam Clerk, can you you can't. Counselor Kadim, one more time, just for clarity, please.
I am looking to reduce the revenue budget. So the motion is to not increase the rates, which would create in the sewer department a deficit of 336,000. I just had it. I'm sorry. Just give me a second.
160.
This is the sewer department.
Oh, he's in sewer now. Sorry.
Which would create a deficit of a budget gap of $336,160. I want to take $336,160 from the stabilization account, which will require 2/3 vote of this council, and appropriate that to the sewer revenue line item.
Motion has been made by Counselor Kadim. Is there a second to that
Second.
motion? Seconded by Counselor Pelletier. Discussion on it? Counselor in seat 7, Counselor Pelletier.
Once again, I just, important this is. We don't want DOR or EPA or anybody to come in and start dictating to us what we have to do. I think it belongs in Fall River. We don't need anybody coming in and dictating to us what the increase will be. They come down from Boston, they're gonna ask no questions. It's gonna go up 20 cents. It's gonna go up 30 cents. No questions asked. So that's what you can remember. So if they come down, they're gonna make sure they got enough help, and they're gonna make sure they put the rate to take care of all the problems that we have. That's what the problem is. We don't want DOR, we don't want Boston to come down here and tell us what to do. You wanna go the other way? Then it's up to you. You pay the consequences and that's it. So, I can't say any better. You know, it's too bad we don't have a full council, but we don't have it. So maybe with seat number one making that proposal, maybe we can get this pushed through. I think it's important. With that, I yield.
Councilor Pelletier, thank you. Mrs. Sahadi,
Yes,
if you could
Counselor.
please educate the city council on what a structural deficit would be if this passes.
So if this passes, what you're actually doing is you're creating a more of an increase in the next fiscal year because you're using what's referred to as one-time money. The one-time money is creating the structural deficit. So although you would be decreasing the rate or not increasing the rate for fiscal year 21, in fiscal year 22, the rate's going to go up theoretically twice as much. You have a chart in the original budget. I don't have it with me today. I don't know if Mr. Furlan has with you, but the city council years back did just that. And as a result of doing just that, you had significant increases. Aha, I knew we had it. You had significant increases. So, let me see what year. Sorry, Paul. Yeah, so you had no change in 2012 and 2013, and then you went up 20 cents in 2014, another 10 cents in 2015, and now I'm talking about just water in these cases. Then you had to jump again in 2016. So it's not prudent necessarily to use one-time money and create a structural deficit in any given year because in the subsequent given year, you're having a much greater increase. For those taxpayers and residents of our city who are not as fortunate as others and who have a very tight budget, when they're looking at theoretically, and I'm not discounting any of our residents, but it is just the nature of people, is if they have their savings in terms of a lesser water bill or a sewer bill in today's water bill, they're not putting that difference away in a savings account to pay for that structural difference that comes up in the subsequent year. So I just warn you that at some point in time, the increase is going to be significantly more than what you're seeing in front of you today. And that will be next year because we don't have the monies in the stabilization fund to be funding the rates with one-time money from year to year.
All right, so Mrs. Sahadi, and we have a lot of new councilors. We have 3 new councilors here. So we've just explained to the city council that the motion that's before us, which is a motion made by Councilor Kadim, because we need to make some action, which, by the way, a 2/3 vote, 6 councilors need to be voting in favor of what Mrs. Sahadi just said, which is we are setting ourselves up for a structural deficit, which means our ratepayers, correct me if I'm wrong, will have double the impact, perhaps, next fiscal year. Is that correct?
That's correct, Counselor, and it's particularly correct as both yourself and Counselor Kadim has pointed out in that, in particular in water, where you have just voted at the last meeting to increase our debt service by another $5 million. And as you also recall, we have $128 million. I get that number wrong sometimes. That's the CSO project that is ongoing, where we're incurring new debt on an annual basis. That was voted by the taxpayers, and that debt needs to be paid for. So those projects continue to occur. They do occur over time, so the $128 million is not being expended all in one year. But that also is increasing your sewer rates. So you want to be conscious that by funding this particular budget with a structural deficit in terms of one-time money, you're going to need to address a rate increase next year that may be double and then some.
So, and just one thing on that too, the other issue that we have is the structural deficit that we're dealing with this year that's already been created by using free cash to subsidize our rates in the past. So not only do we have a small increase on the actual budget amount, which was $336,000, but we also lost over $600,000 in free cash. That makes almost $1 million difference in the sewer budget alone that needs to be made up.
Yeah.
If I did, and I went through and I did level funded a budget. So I took my budget from FY20, level funded it, took everything, just pushed it off to the next year. If I did a level funded budget, the rates would still be increased. The rates would be increased, it was in the presentation that we had earlier.
Sorry, I left it over.
Give me a
I
second.
left it over at the desk.
So a level funded budget from FY20 to FY21. So the bottom line total number of the budget. So this doesn't take in contractual increases or debt service increases either. Would be a that would be a 12-cent rate increase plus the $2 stormwater. We're only asking for a 7-cent. So the rate increase from level funded from FY20 to FY21, so my revenues stay the same, would be a larger rate increase than what we're asking for.
So the impact on the homeowner, like we've indicated today, is a total for the year
Correct.
of how much?
Approximately $20 annually.
In the original budget proposal.
And we get our water bills quarterly,
Yes.
Yes.
so that $20 is divided by 3.
Correct.
Four.
Okay. And I'm not 4, sorry.
It's getting late.
We don't need a motion to reconsider. We have a vote that's before us, 4-4. We can make another motion to accept or reject or reduce. There's a current motion on the table right now that has been made by Councilor Kadim. Let's dispose and make a decision on this motion. The motion as before us is to take $336,160 out of the water department and sewer department and take it from stabilization, creating a structural deficit which will require 6 city councilors to say yes. Is there any discussion any other discussion on that motion? Motion has, you have discussion?
Can we reconsider the vote at all?
I think a reconsider and take.
If you want to, you want to reconsider the vote to do what? What is the reconsideration? To adopt?
Yeah.
To adopt the water sewer enterprise account? That's the motion?
I'll
Motion,
second that.
motion to, Councilor C1.
Point of order, who's making the motion?
Councilor Pelletier
He can't.
just made a motion.
Has to be a no.
Well, we can, that's,
No, he can't make it. If somebody else in the negative wants to make it,
Yeah.
they can. He
well,
was,
the major, but,
I'll
the-
make the motion.
no, look, he was in the positive of my motion.
yeah, but
I'll
it's
make a
4-4.
motion.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Motion to reconsider has been made by Councilor Peckham.
Okay.
Seconded by
I'll second.
Councilor Pereira. This is to reconsider. The motion to reconsider, Madam Clerk, you have
Mr.
that?
Chairman, I'd like to remove my motion. from the
Motion has been
table.
removed from Councilor Kadim from the prior motion of the 336,160. Motion to reconsider has been made and seconded. Roll call on the reconsideration.
On reconsideration, Councilors Kadim,
Yes.
Dion,
No.
Kilby, Olive DeLaveau,
Yes.
Lee,
No.
Peckham,
Yes.
Pelletier,
Yes.
Pereira.
This is to reconsider, right?
That's correct.
Reconsider. President Ponti.
Yes. Is there a motion?
No.
Motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt
Second.
has been made by Councilor Kadim, seconded by Council Vice President LeBeau. Discussion on the adoption. Hearing none. Roll call on adoption of the water and sewer enterprise account, budget.
On adoption, Councilors Kadim,
Yes.
Dion,
No.
Kilby, Lullaby LeBeau,
Yes.
Lee.
No.
Peckham,
Yes.
Pelletier,
Yes.
Pereira,
No.
President Ponti.
Yes.
5-3.
Motion carried.
Motion carries. I just want to point out that from the council standpoint,
Just point of
Uh,
information.
if
So
I
was
may,
that
please,
motion to
if
adopt
it-
just the sewer, or was that water?
that was water and sewer.
Both. Okay, I'm sorry.
And just for the council's own edification, I know there were some councilors who were on the opposite side of that before and maybe made a decision to change. There was a lot of additional information that the city council was brought to speed on tonight. So if you have hesitation on the reason for that, it's quite okay to understand the fact that we have additional information that is before us tonight that we were not aware of at our last meeting. So I just wanted to point that out. Anything further from the council?
Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn has been made by Councilor Pereira,
Second.
seconded by Councilor Dion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Good night.